regular meeting of the Folsom City Council for Tuesday, June 11th, 2019. The clerk would call the roll, please.
Councilmember Kozlowski.
Here.
Sheldon.
Here.
Aquino.
Here.
Gaylord.
Here.
And Howell.
Here. And if you'll all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Do we have any agenda update?
Yes, Madam Mayor. 4 correspondences have been received regarding item 9B on tonight's agenda following publication of the agenda, a copy of which has been provided to you, and they are also available on the table in the back.
Thank you. Okay, and with that, we will move to business from the floor. And this is about items that are not on the agenda. So if anybody has anything in addition to these 3 speakers that you'd like to talk about that's not on the agenda, blue cards are in the back. That's 3 minutes for each speaker. And they are Todd Pfeffer, followed by Jeff Dreher, and Adis and Archer Nersisian. I'm sorry if I butchered that. Todd.
Good evening. When I returned home after speaking at the January 22nd council meeting, I told my wife I didn't see myself attending another of these meetings in the foreseeable future. Sadly, here I am again. In just the past 5 months, at least 6 people lost their lives in vehicle-related accidents. January 10th, Mary Robertson killed as a pedestrian. February 25th, Hyun-hee McAllister killed as a driver. April 9th, Joshua Lowry killed as a passenger. May 15th, Ling Ping Kong killed as a pedestrian. June 3rd, Thierry Grenier killed as a cyclist. June 7th, just 4 days ago, and 4 days after Mr. Grenier was killed, Randy Woods killed as a passenger. In all likelihood, another life would have been lost on January 20th if off-duty officers had not performed CPR to revive the female driver who was in cardiac arrest. While I didn't know them personally, I do know their lives were cut short unnecessarily. I have a rhetorical question for you this evening. How many people must die or suffer serious injuries as a result of accidents involving a vehicle before the police department will crack down on those who speed and drive recklessly? In my 36 years as a licensed driver in California, I've never experienced a police department that, from all appearances, does not enforce traffic laws aggressively. For example, Folsom PD will not issue citations to those who park in bike lanes, for which California Vehicle Code Section 21211B prohibits, even though it creates a very dangerous situation throughout our city that touts itself as bike-friendly. I advised the city attorney, Steve Wong, that the cities of Sacramento and Los Angeles, for instance, ticket drivers who park vehicles in bike lanes because it blocks the safe travel of cyclists. I met in person with Chief Hillman on June 7th, 2018, in which I pleaded with him to make speed enforcement a higher priority than Cynthia Renault ever did. To date, I have seen no improvement whatsoever. To be clear, my criticism is in no way aimed at the rank and file officers, but specifically the leadership of Folsom. It will be 3 years this September that I first stood at this podium calling for more police presence and increased speed enforcement. It's time Folsom PD makes it their mission to reshape motorists' dangerous driving habits. Thank you.
Thanks. Jeff Dreher.
Good evening. Thank you, Council. I'm a 10-year resident of Folsom. I have 25 years of law enforcement experience in a neighboring jurisdiction, 4 kids, and the issue I have is similar to the gentleman that just spoke. Not that I don't think Folsom PD does enough to do enforcement of it. I don't think they have time to because they're responding to calls for service, and they have other collateral duties, including the motor cops who work collaterally to do traffic enforcement. I think it's on the council to provide the chief the funding for more officers that do strictly traffic enforcement. In my experience, I think that we have resources that we provide, but the resources of response times to calls and those type of things are important. But also just as important is the proactiveness of law enforcement. The officers that are working the street now spend a lot of time writing reports, booking people in custody, responding from call to call to call. You need to have a special unit that strictly does traffic enforcement if you want to enforce the laws, because the other officers clear a call, have to write a report, clear a call, go to the next call, and all night long and all day long during their shift. Traffic enforcement officers have the ability to just do traffic, issue citations, respond to traffic accidents, identify needs and things that need to be changed in the community to provide better services to the drivers of our area. We have an increased amount of citizens moving into the area, and I think we need to do more to fund the police department to do traffic enforcement. I have a son who attends middle school. I live off South Lexington. I will not let him ride his scooter or his bike to school because he has to cross 2 roads, and I don't want to have to get that call. And I think we need to do better. We can do more. The bike trails are great, and it's a great avenue, but they still have to go through major roadways to get there. Like I said, my house backs up to Oak Avenue Parkway. From 9 o'clock at night until 2 o'clock in the morning, I can hear cars drag racing down that street. During the day, I hear cars skidding coming to a stop at the crosswalk because they don't see pedestrians standing there or walking across the street, and they don't see the stoplights well enough. Every day I travel to and from work. I go on East Bidwell. I have cars passing me at 60, 65 miles an hour on East Bidwell, and the traffic lights are great. They do 60, 65 to the next traffic light, 60, 65 to the next traffic light. There needs to be some enforcement there, and every once in a while I will see a police officer sitting off the side of the road doing radar. But it needs to be all the time, and you need to set a tone early on, not wait until we have development come in, more citizens come in, and then we start to be reactive to it. We need to be proactive to it. So thank you for your time. I hope that the city council does provide funding to the police department to have strictly a traffic enforcement unit. Thank you.
Thanks. Adis and Arthur?
Good evening. My husband and I purchased a home in Folsom September of last year, and our home is in Folsom, but our side yard and backyard is where Santa Juanita Avenue and Barton Road meet at a very sharp 90-degree turn. Since September, we have had more than 9 incidents that we know of that we were present for, where a car has literally driven into our backyard. And it's been anywhere from drunk attorneys to young kids drifting to everyday drivers who take that road multiple times a day, and it's just too sharp of a turn. It's 10 miles an hour, but like the gentleman said before me, all hours of the day and the night, we hear people crashing into the fence, running away. There's been several times I've been able to catch them because their car has been in my backyard. And I'm aware of a plan that the city and Placer County and Sac County have to move that road and make it more curved, but I think that was, from the research I've done, it's like 10 years ago that was planned. And I've just been given the runaround from everybody, from every county, and everyone has agreed with me that this has been an ongoing issue. But it's gotten to the point where my husband and I, we literally cannot keep up with the repair of our fence and our landscape and the columns. Like every week, just last week we had an accident. 10 days prior to that, we had another accident.
All that aside, it's mainly a safety issue. The road's supposed to be changed. We've called around. We can't find anyone to give us an answer. So, we came to you guys to see what we should do. I mean, we literally have pictures just last week. If the column wasn't there, that car would have been in our backyard. We have 2 kids, dogs, and everything, and it's more of the safety issue too. So we just want to know who's supposed to do it. There's plans, but it's been going on for like 10 years.
Mayor, if I could I just ask our Public Works Director, Dave Nugent, to talk with you right now, actually, out in the hallway, just so that you have a direct contact. He oversees the traffic engineering program.
I'm sure you guys are aware of the road. Every cop that comes by says, yeah, this is kind of a regular thing.
Okay, Mr. Nugent can chat with you, and thank you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. And we have no other speakers for business from the floor, so we'll move to our next item, which is Item 6, schedule presentation. Oh. Hold the presses. Is that business from the floor or something else? Okay, one more request from Adina Blair. And I just want to confirm that this is about, it's not related to the appeal that we're going to hear later on?
I don't believe it's on the agenda.
Okay.
No.
right.
It's just, I'm very curious myself. I'll keep this quick. We have our ad hoc committee now for looking into the parking issues. And I believe they're going to be working for about 18 months. Is that right?
We don't know the answer to that question yet.
Well, I think that was like a ballpark that I had
It shouldn't
heard.
be because the committee actually can only stay in existence for a year, so I don't know where the 18 months came from.
Okay. So my concern is ongoing projects while they're doing their work. And I would just like to know if perhaps there's been a way of holding off on any future parking variances granted to any further development in the historic district, especially on Sutter Street. It's just that I'm aware that we've got, I don't think it's come before council or anybody yet, but I was asked to comment on something called the Folsom Prism Blues project. You may or may not be aware of it, but it's turning retail into restaurant, and the developer was wanting to take 20 spaces from the Folsom Eagles with some sort of an agreement, but it's not adding any parking. The Folsom Eagles are still going to need a place to park, and so it seems like smoke and mirrors to me. And that's only 20 spaces for.
And it may entirely be smoke and mirrors, because the
Well, it's just-
planning,
it's just
the
a-
no, the
it's just-
planning director may be able to answer your question as to whether, is that
Well,
something you know about?
That's just an example, though, but what I'm looking for is a way for us to possibly just temporarily stop any parking variances in the developments until the ad hoc committee has finished their work and hopefully come up with some solutions that we can implement. Because in 18 months, or whatever the time frame is,
It's
a lot of
it's not
damage can be
18 months,
done.
though. I can assure you it will not be 18 months. It will be 6 to 12.
Okay, well, still, I'm just very concerned, because it seems like development is picking up speed, and I don't want to see it. I know that there's some who are adding a second story, and I think there's others that want to put a third story, and it's all going to be a lot of parking spaces that we don't have. So just until we have a crisis, because we've got a bunch of stuff that got built while we were trying to work out the problem, I'm hoping that maybe you can find a way to hold off on any further variances for the time being. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Okay, and with that, we will move to our scheduled presentations. First is a presentation by Sacramento Air Quality Management District on services and a proposed per capita fee. Welcome.
It's the,
I'm watching our fire chief. I believe you can all remain seated, I think.
We're safe. Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Alberto Ayala. I'm the Air Pollution Control Officer with the Sacramento Metro Air Quality Management District. I'd like to recognize two of my senior managers here, Mr. Mark Lotzenheiser and Amy Roberts. We've come on invitation from your city manager and Director Gaylor, who sits on our district board. We want to share with you briefly some of the exciting developments and priorities and initiatives that we're working at the Sacramento Metro Air Quality Management District that will benefit not only your city, but the region as a whole. And also we want to discuss a funding strategy that is going through the public process with our board as well. So what is the Sac Metro Air Quality Management District? We are a special district created in the California Health and Safety Code. We are part of this infrastructure of regulatory agencies in the state. We work with the federal government, EPA, the state government, the Air Resources Board, and the regional air districts. We are one of those, to essentially implement air quality management in the state of California. Our jurisdiction is Sacramento County, but when it comes to planning for and preventing and mitigating air pollution, we have a much broader footprint, and you see in the map, we actually work in collaboration with our surrounding air districts in the region. So there's 5 of us that think about air quality and how to achieve the health-based ambient air quality standards. And the last thing I'll say is we're also one of many agencies in the region like SACOG, like Sacramento RT, like SMUD, like STA, where we are all trying to develop a stronger partnership because, as you'll see in a minute, transportation and transportation emissions is really the glue that brings us all together. We're coming at it from different angles. So we are really thinking big picture, how to move this region to advance transportation, mobility, and reaching the air quality and climate goals that the state has set for us. Here is the actual board of directors. You have Director Gaylor as your representative. It is a 7-jurisdiction board, 6 cities and the county. And a little bit of what we're working on and where we're heading. There is no question that we in the region and the state as a whole, we've made a significant inroads in terms of advancing on clean air. By any metric, we can look at particle pollution, we can look at ozone pollution, and these days are probably not a good example because we are exceeding the standards given the conditions that we have to deal with, but we are making significant progress. But unfortunately, we're not there yet. Depending on the different metrics, we are number 5 in the nation in terms of the worst air pollution for ozone, according to the American Lung Association. And we're also number 15 in the nation for particle pollution. So, these are not rankings that we want to have, but it only underscores how important it is for us to continue to work together to advance on clean air. Where is the pollution coming from? From all of us, because transportation in the region and in the state is the largest source of conventional pollution and greenhouse gases. And it's just easy to see, right? It's not that our vehicles and trucks and buses are dirty on a per vehicle basis, it's just the number of people driving and the number of miles that we're driving. And I think you'll be sensitized to that. In the winter, though, we do have a very specific problem in the region, which is fireplaces. And you're all familiar with check before you burn. That is a key strategy that we implemented simply because, and I guess one of the points that I want to impress upon you is if we don't reach the national ambient air quality standards, there is going to be consequences for the region. And they go beyond what our air district can or cannot do. The rest of the sources of pollution in the region are well known to all of you. I mean, obviously we have industry, we have our power plants, what have you, and of course, the new normal with the wildfires, which is something that is going to keep us occupied. So now let me talk a little bit about the priorities and the initiatives that we are working on. These are basically the benefits from a healthy agency, a healthy air district that we bring to your city and the region. Probably one of the most significant and to some extent the least known roles of an air district, and this is not unique to us, all air districts play this role, is we have to attest to something called transportation conformity that really determines the federal funding, the significant amount of federal funding that the Metropolitan Planning Agency, SACOG, gets for road work, infrastructure, what have you, anything that has to do with transportation planning. It first has to go through the lens of, is it helping us advance on our air quality targets and goals? And if we cannot say yes to that, there is consequences beyond our air district. You eventually put at risk that federal funding. The second thing that we bring to the region, obviously, is just a very fundamental role of monitoring for and planning for air pollution. And just in your backyard, and we want to thank you for that, we have one of these monitoring stations that has been sitting there for years, and we hope to continue to have it there. These are very important monitoring stations which allow us to show the federal government and others that care that we are indeed making progress towards clean air. In terms of protection of public health, we do have a very direct role in the community in terms of responding to and investigating complaints. When people are burning, things that they're not supposed to be burning, we are the ones that people call and we come out. We have a significant amount of resources dedicated to field work, essentially responding to those complaints. Asbestos is another key public health protection role that we play in terms of having a significant program for reducing exposure to that. I talked about check before you burn. And just in general, we provide a lot of business assistance to make sure that folks know how to comply with the requirements that we have put in place in the region. And mind you, a lot of those requirements are basically imposed on us from the state and federal laws. So we're basically just a conduit for that information. We work with businesses very directly. We do about 2,500 inspections a year, and we issue on the order of 4,500 permits to operate. And essentially, these are statements, legal statements, that basically say you are meeting all the emission regulations and standards, therefore you can go ahead and operate within the confines of the law. And we also are a major economic driver for the region, and perhaps you may not realize that, and that's one of the reasons that I welcome the opportunity to come before you and talk a little bit about this. This is actually one of the most exciting areas that we are trying to build and grow, because I said transportation emissions are the largest source of pollution in the region. The quickest, most effective way to reduce emissions is to invest in cleaner technology. Rules are great, but they take a long time to put in place. So being able to use public funds and buy cleaner than required technology is something that we, our districts, like very much. And in the last few years, we prioritized being able to more effectively attract some of the new funding through California's cap and trade program to come to the region. And the numbers are pretty impressive. I recognize that I'm showing you a map that is a larger map than just your city, but you're part of this area where we've invested to date more than 20 million already in terms of businesses in the region. Every dot is a business that we've worked with that has gotten public funding to buy technology cleaner than required. And when I say technology, it's cleaner trucks, cleaner tractors, cleaner equipment. That's what we're talking about. This is a way that we're going to get to comply with the National Ambient Air Quality Standards by reducing emissions, by having access and deploying cleaner technology. But the potential is even greater. We've identified an additional 51 million in terms of shovel-ready, on-the-ground projects that if we succeed, if we are able to do what we need to do as an air district working in partnership with the state, we should be able to bring to the region. And again, this is very exciting because I have to think our number one driver is public health protection and reducing emissions. But when you talk about this amount of money going into the businesses, I have to believe that has some element of economic development. And this is actually one of the areas that we're investigating a little bit more closely to be able to more adequately talk about the benefit and justify the investment. And the last service, if you will, that I'll speak to is the work that we do with your planning departments in terms of land use technical assistance. Obviously, we are part of the infrastructure in the region that has to go through the CEQA process and review general plans and climate action plans, that sort of thing. And that is something that we do, and we're happy to provide that assistance to your city as well as the other jurisdictions in the region. But unfortunately, as many local entities have experienced, we're facing some significant gaps in our budget. And the reasons are well known to you. They're not necessarily anything unique to us. We've already implemented significant cuts in our programs. We essentially leaned out as much as we can without actually going to the bone because, as I explained to you, there could be consequences when we don't meet the core legally mandated programs that we are supposed to implement. The reason for the budget gaps is what you all are facing. It's essentially state mandates that don't come fully funded, and a clear expectation from the state that we as in our district, because we have the authority, can generate some of our own funding sources. And this is really the core of our discussion today. Aging infrastructure, labor costs, all of the things that put pressure on budgets, local agencies are pinching us as well. And again, what I want to sensitize you to, I hope, is the fact that we're talking about an investment in our agency, that if we can bring $1 in to be a healthy, fine-tuned, highly effective working agency, we can generate a return on that investment through some of the activities that I described to you, particularly the cap and trade funding. So we have been working for about a year and a half. This is an idea that our board of directors has heard in the past. One of the strategies that we're contemplating is this concept of a per capita fee. The authority is existing in the California Health and Safety Code, so every air district in California can do this. Not too many have, for obvious reasons. We understand that this is going to be a significant impact. A few districts have, a handful have, and this is one of the major funding strategies that they've employed. And because of our significant gap in the budget, we are contemplating this particular strategy. We think it's the most equitable because, as I said to you, transportation is the largest source of emissions, so anybody that moves around with a combustion engine, and that's 99.999% of us, is going to contribute to the problem we have. So the per capita idea is basically something that we have been talking per direction from our board of directors. We've been talking to the different jurisdictions, including your city. And the concept is as simple as it is stated. It's essentially something that we hope to be able to phase in gradually over time. And the actual amount of the fee is something that our board of directors is going to decide. On the staff side, we're going to be proposing to them that eventually we get to $1.50. The timing for that, whether it's $1.50, $1, $2, is something that we're going to be deliberating through the public process with our board of directors. And the reason we're here today is because this is something, as I said, that we started over a year ago, and we're hoping to bring it back to our board October 2019. So with that, just want to thank you for the time. And again, we'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have or engage in the future with additional discussion.
How many times when did this whole per capita thing come to the board, would be one question, and I have another one after that.
How many times?
When did the board first start discussing that option?
So we've been discussing, our board approves our budget on an annual basis. And we come to the board twice a year, and every time we come to the board, we present to them the annual budget and also the forecasted, what we see in the future. Mm-hmm. So today, we've had probably 3 or 4 different discussions with the full board. In addition to that, the board has designated a budget subcommittee with whom we've had more detailed discussions, try to get into more of the detail.
Okay. And I know that the district, the region has been non-conforming for many, many years. Mm-hmm. And one of the major concerns that we've had here is that depending upon what's going on with the winds and because of geographic and air movement conditions, particularly in Folsom, a lot of this pollution is actually blown in from the Bay Area, and we get no cooperation from the Bay Area. Is there anything, I know for many years we were trying to fight that battle and we didn't seem to get anywhere. Is there any way to get some cooperation from the Bay Area at the state level?
Well, I would say we do try to work with them. And in fact, many of the strategies I talked about, investing in cleaner transportation, one of the big projects that we work with the Bay Area very closely on is investing in cleaner locomotives, because trains impact, the entire Northern California region. So that's one of the areas where we collectively invest, the Bay Area and ourselves, in a coordinated fashion. It's work in progress. I mean, I don't think that they will deny that there is a downwind effect. They have been good partners with us. I mean, this is something where we're all pushing in the same direction. And I think it is going to take an investment in cleaner technology, because that's the quickest way. If I can get rid of a dirty, old emitting engine and replace it with a cleaner engine, it doesn't even have to be a zero. If it's just a cleaner engine, we're going to be making progress in the right direction.
Okay.
I got a question.
And those concerns were brought up on the budget meeting when we had this, because this wasn't a detailed plan. I know you said 3 or 4 times, but there was basically, I don't know, you didn't have the pie chart you had in here for the different options of funding. I don't know if you have that ready.
No, this is all I have.
Oh, you just have this one? Okay,
Right.
no worries.
So what Director Gaylor is talking about is, this is a multi-pronged strategy, and we're looking at different options. One of the options is, again, working with the state to try to push them to give us full cost recovery on some of the implementation of the programs that they are pushing down on us. The reason the board directed us to kind of, speed up this particular measure is because this is under full discretion of our actual board of directors. If we can do a good job as staff to present a justifiable reason for adopting it, the authority is with our board. Changing the state law, working with the state, doing other things, obviously, is going to take a little bit more time, and it is a bit of a, it's a probability, right? Are we going to succeed? We're going to do everything we can to try to, but again, some things are going to be out of our control.
But the board, just to clarify, the board has been talking about on the order of magnitude for several months or quite a while. For us, it would be about $1.50 per capita, so it's on the order of about $120,000 annually for us, beginning in next July.
Correct, and what the board has not heard from us, the concept, the broad concept has been presented. What we are working on is the details, and again, this concept of gradually increasing it. Again, it is going to be a board decision that we expect to present to them October.
And we talked about you're planning on a community meeting for our residents sometime between now and this board vote in October?
We'd be happy to come back as many times as you need us to. Director Gaylor offered to us to host a community meeting where we can come back and present this information, more information. I know that you also asked for us to come back once we have the detailed staff report that the board is going to be considering with the recommendation. We'd be happy to come back and provide that level of information.
Gary?
Ernie?
Excuse my voice. This is the worst night I could lose my voice, but I've got a question. First of all, you mentioned the gap in your budget. Well, what size is that gap?
It's pretty significant. We're looking at anywhere, the forecasted gap, if we don't do anything, is on the order of maybe $5 to $8 million.
Okay. If you charge $1 to the Sacramento County, that's about $1 million.
Right.
Million and a half, because it's 1.5.
Right.
If you do 2, you're talking 3.
Right.
So with 1.5, you're probably talking a little over 2. Now, is this? Do you anticipate recommending to your board that this is ongoing?
So I think Director Gaylor alluded to this. The per capita fee is one of 6 strategies that we are going to be pursuing. So we're not looking at the per capita fee to be the sole solution for closing the budget gap. We have other strategies that we're going to be pursuing in concert.
But it is intended to be annual. Just
Correct,
I think that's
correct,
his
correct,
question at core.
correct.
Yeah.
Well, it would be beneficial to show that, in the community meeting, to show those funding mechanisms and
Sure.
explain the details, because none of the level of detail you're at now today was not the level of detail we had prior. There was just kind of a theorize of what we're going to do.
Okay. We'd be happy
But
to come back with that.
That would show that gap and that pie chart of where the funds are coming from and what your ideas are, so.
My reason I ask that question is so easy for any agency to reach down to the people and tax them. And in your case, you say you have the authority to do it regardless if we don't want to give it to you. You can make us give it to you. And when you talk about a reoccurring, that means once we get saddled with it, it's going to be consistent, probably going up. Nothing ever comes down. So I'm a little hesitant, really, of supporting it. Not that I don't want clean air, but I'm glad you got options, 6 of them, because if it's just going on the backs of the people on the whole region, that's wrong. If the state wants a program, they got to stand up and fund it. They can't come back down to the end. And this is very critical now because it's probably a year before you implement it. So the next budget we can consider it, but we just got through a budget session, which is pretty precarious for us, and then to say, here, you're going to nail us with another $100,000.
And we kind of can't opt out of the air quality district.
So
not without a dome.
Really?
the point is well taken, and I do want to acknowledge it is not our decision, it's essentially the Board of Directors' decision. And I think part of the reason for being here is you do have a representative on our board, and this is part of that dialogue and that process. My hope and the hope that we had is to impress upon you that this is really an investment, right? That if we can get to a point where we are the agency that we need to be, that we can bring back to the region and to your city a lot more than the per capita fee that you're going to be investing on. I think that's really the key. And I'm not even talking about the legally mandated things that we have to do, without which there's going to be consequences beyond our air district. I talked about SACOG's programs.
Well, we're in danger of that because of the nonconformance over such a long time period anyway.
Yeah.
That's if nothing changes, we're in trouble.
Well, there's multiple factors, right? I mean, one of the big issues that we're working with SACOG on is not meeting the SB 375 targets and the Sustainable Strategies goal for VMT reduction. Again, that's one area that we as an air district can help SACOG a lot, but as you know, to be able to put money to work takes a certain amount of money to have the programs in place.
What limitation is there on your fee levying authority?
What limitation?
I mean, what's to stop an activist board from saying $100 per person next year, not $1.50?
Well, I'm sure you'll appreciate that our board is pretty sensible, so I don't know that they would go right. I mean, they're representatives.
So there's no limitation,
Yeah.
except the board's trust in the board.
The California Health and Safety Code has broad authority for air districts to impose per capita. It's silent on the amount.
Okay.
That is where the board and I think us come into. We obviously understand this is a big impact. You know, you would never see an air pollution control officer present to a board a proposal for a $100 per capita fee. I mean, that's just outside.
The
of
only way
realm.
the state would cap it is if the state was picking up the tab,
Right.
which
I
they're
think,
not.
I think it's important that this is going to be a very public process going forward. It's not, there's a lot, that's why you're reaching out now. There was kind of a silver lining in the meeting that we had with regards to collaboration with the Air Board and the city with regards to emissions and different pilot programs you have to where we can maybe get some bang for our buck
Right.
and engage your staff more regularly. So I think that was really good.
Yeah, I think that the bang for the buck is certainly was, covered in the presentation. I mean, there is a lot of value that the Air District provides to Folsom, and as the mayor so aptly said, Air District is certainly not something we're going to opt out of. I really appreciate you coming today, and I wanted that to happen because I want to make clear this is not within the city council's authority to thumbs up, thumbs down. This is a board decision that could it's very likely it's going to happen, and it's going to be on the range of, 80 to 100 and, 160 it could be a year, 80,000 to 160,000 a year. So I just wanted the council to be eyes wide open on this and the public to be eyes wide open on this, that this may be coming.
And I do want to recognize and give credit to our board. They gave us clear direction to make sure that we got out and engaged with the jurisdictions so that this didn't come as a, vote out of nowhere. I think they're truly, and obviously you have a representative on our board, they are truly interested in working with the region. And again, our goal is to be clear and communicate to you that if we can get to a solid standing as an air district, we can benefit the community beyond the dollars that we're trying to generate.
And I would just ask if you could perhaps be a little bit more proactive moving forward than has happened historically in communicating directly as well with the city manager's office about news from AQMD.
We'd be happy to do that.
Okay. And then
Thank you.
because we could even put a link on our website so that the residents that go to the city's website will be more aware of what's
And
going on.
our meetings are like yours, publicly noticed. We can send you the information and we welcome the engagement.
But as you
Absolutely.
know, we all sit on a whole bunch of boards, and
Right.
there's a lot of obscure boards that are not necessarily obscure to those of us that are involved in them, but the typical resident has no idea that these other boards and commissions
Well, I'm
exist.
hoping our being here today will make us less obscure for your
A
city.
breath of fresh air, thank you.
Very good.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much,
Thank
and
you.
thanks to your outstanding staff as well.
And our next scheduled presentation is presentation of the Folsom Tourism Business Improvement District Annual Report.
Mayor, members of the council, I'm Joe Gagliardi with the Greater Folsom Partnership. Today, we have two people that will be presenting. First of all, we have Dan Michelle from Dean Runyon, who's a recognized visitor impact study company that does what the impacts of visitors are to a community, and they'll be sharing the information that's occurred between 2014 and 2018. And then Mary Ann McAlay, who serves as the executive director of the Tourism Bureau and is also the senior vice president of the Greater Folsom Partnership, will walk through the Business Improvement District findings over the next 2 years. So with that, I'd like to introduce Dan Michelle.
Welcome, Dan.
Good evening.
Just do whatever they say.
Yeah, I think so. I actually do not have slides. I'm just going to be speaking some very high-level talking points about the study we did. Just Dean Runyon Associates is a company that's been around for over 30 years. We specialize in conducting travel and tourism impact studies, so it's how much visitors spend in a destination. There's really no credible source at the government level for measuring travel and tourism. Leisure and hospitality is the closest thing, but tourists spend a lot beyond just accommodations and food services, so that's where we get into the details, how much they spend on shopping, attractions, retail, restaurants, and accommodations. So we did the study a couple months ago, and we presented the findings to the Greater Folsom Partnership. And I'm just going to share with you a couple of the high-level points. So first of all, total travel-related spending in the city of Folsom was $171.1 million in 2018. It's about 4% of the Sacramento County total. Comparable destinations that we also do studies for are Vacaville's pretty close at $185 million, Fairfield at $215 million, Berkeley at $304 million. But what was notable about the Folsom study is that the 5% annual growth over the last 5 years was higher than for any of those other cities, and it's also higher than for the state and higher than for Sacramento County. So a lot of good is happening in the travel and tourism industry in Folsom. One thing I wanted to share about that is your accommodations. You added a lot of hotel rooms in 2015 and 2017. In fact, there's a 36% increase in hotel rooms between 2014 and 2018. And it's kind of amazing that the hotel occupancy rate before the addition of hotel rooms was 75%. And last year it was 81%. So even growing hotel rooms, you've maintained that high occupancy, which is notable.
What's the rate typically in the rest of the region?
Oh, it can vary from 60s to 80s about the cap.
Okay.
80s about the high point. And usually when you start to add more hotels, if you're consistently at that rate. So visitor spending generated 1,720 jobs in Folsom with earnings of $61.6 million. The jobs represent about 3% of private sector employment, which is pretty typical. The state average is about 4%, so pretty close. The visitor spending contributed $2.3 million in lodging taxes, transient occupancy tax, and $1.9 million in sales tax. If you combine those two figures and you parse it out per resident household in Folsom, it comes to about $560. So one of the talking points that we usually have in travel and tourism is, without travel and tourism, each household would be, obligated an additional $560 to cover goods and services that happens at the city level. Last thing I'll share is so the transient occupancy tax and tourism improvement district revenue both grew by 10.4% annually between 2014 and 2018. That's a very high rate of growth. The sales tax grew at about 3.9% annually, so it's been a very good source of revenue for the city. And the full report is in your folders. You're welcome to look at it for reference. Call us if you have any questions, or get in touch with Joe or Mary Ann if you have questions. So thank you very much.
Any questions? Thanks, Dan.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Howell, City Council members, and City Manager. So I would just beg your indulgence for one quick personal note. This May marked my 15th year in this role, and I just want to say before we talk about the results and what we're doing that I consider it a real privilege to be able to market and promote the community that I love as much as I do after my 30-plus years as a resident and the last 15 years in this role. I think the thing that defines our organization and our efforts is the passion that resides in everybody from our CEO to our front office visitors and volunteers. And that combination creates a lot of energy, which I think will be translated in some of the content that we're going to share tonight. So I'm very grateful I've had this opportunity, and it is a real pleasure. To point of clarification, in your packets you have the written report which addresses the fiscal year that we are supposed to report on tonight, which would be the beginning July 1, 2017 through 6/30/18. Because the report had to be delayed pending audit results, which are completed, and the audit is also included in your packet, and because we are so close to the end of the next fiscal year, our presentation tonight will cover both fiscal years. So there's a lot of themes that are consistent between the 2 years, and this hopefully will give you a lot of the content that you're interested in. And then in the fourth quarter, we will be presenting the written report summarizing the second fiscal year that we're going to be talking about tonight, which would be 7/1 of 18 through 6/30/19. So if you have any questions on that, and all that content is in the packet that you have. Before we move into the presentation, I want to call your attention to one or two things in this packet. This is a brand new publication created by our team. It just arrived yesterday. We're really proud of this document. It is a document that usually lasts for 18 to 24 months in the market. It was direct mailed to all Folsom businesses. Additionally, it's distributed through a lot of channels, major gathering points in the city, like the sports complex, as well as it is the cornerstone of a lot of the welcome packages we provide to business and leisure guests. It has a lot of improved photo assets that I'll be talking about in the report. And we love to supply them to offices and other places where people are looking for reading material about Folsom. If you contact our office, for anybody who's watching and would like some, we are happy to deliver them to you. Additionally, you have a copy of the brand new dining guide showcasing Folsom's emerging dining scene and some promotional material from the Rainbow Bridge Festival that we did for our office. And finally, your very own pop socket, which, as I demoed for some of you last week, gives you an opportunity to get the right selfie and also gives you an opportunity to monitor your emails while you're in yet one more meeting. So a lot of opportunities there for us to promote Folsom. What I'm going to start with today is when I was here in the past, I showed you a very short video that was the header clip on Visit Folsom. It showcased a summer season. At this point, we completed the video series that showcases each of the 4 seasons in Folsom, and this is a compilation that will give you a snapshot of the work.
And I hope it works.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. close, I want to feel your love. Together we are free. Just be with me. Just be with me. Just be with me. Now we're one with the sun over our heads, and at night we'll be the stars. We can go any place that we want to. I don't care if that's too far.
So hopefully, like so many, you'll be hard-pressed to pick your favorite season after that compilation of some of the highlights that are so much a part of the Folsom experience. I'm also happy to mention that my lab, Ellie, the white lab in the water, had a starring role unexpectedly, but yeah, she's been hard to live with ever since. So. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the key initiatives that defined the 17-18 fiscal year. That you see captured in front of you. And the first one I'm going to talk about a little bit is leveraging the marketing efforts of Choose Folsom for targeted business development. So the emergence of the Choose Folsom brand has been a cornerstone of the tourism strategy. As you probably know, out of the 8 Folsom hotel properties, 7 of them are limited service properties specifically designed to accommodate the needs of business travelers. There are resources that are required for business travelers that are different than those of the leisure market, and so we work very hard to fulfill both of those objectives. The Choose Folsom effort includes, and we can go to this slide, includes a dedicated website that showcases the economic development opportunities available in Folsom for business attraction. It includes calls, corporate calls on businesses to maintain business retention and identify issues early in the process. We have a sampling there of the quarterly reports that are generated by topic and that are shared with all of our business partners and our boards and our hotel partners who use this data in their prospecting for new opportunities for business and corporate accounts that are very important to their revenue stream. Additionally, we have put resources into acquiring digital influencers for the Choose Folsom brand with the strategy of creating content that appeals to millennials as well as content that can be targeted in the Greater Bay Area. The second objective after the Choose Folsom effort was the meeting and conference study. We retained the firm that you see here on the screen, Convention Sports and Leisure, to do a thorough analysis about the need for supplemental meeting and conference space. They conducted a study that included multiple interviews with various groups of stakeholders, a lot of regional analysis of data acquired from comparable destinations, and what they identified that has become a theme for the remaining, the past 2 years rather, is the fact that we have a serious lack of meeting space available in Folsom, and that they can actually point to the potential lost revenue that accompanies that lack of meeting space that creates a gap that we need to work to fill. We are in a wonderful position here. Folsom is already known to meeting planners. They understand its appeal. The walkability in many of our destinations, from hotels to dining and retail, is already a plus. The natural beauty of Folsom, the access to the trails, is a big plus. So they're already sold on the opportunity to bring business to Folsom, but they just find that they don't have venues that are available or that can accommodate them. What we're looking for in general is a minimum of 8,000 to 15,000 square feet of contiguous space with an additional 6,000 feet of ancillary space. Ideally, the meeting conference space should be adjacent to a 275-room full-service property. They identified possible sites both in the Palladio and in historic Folsom that could work to accommodate that type of a center. And because Sacramento is the capital and home to so many meetings, associations and statewide groups, and they've exhausted the inventory that's available to them in Sacramento, they're actively interested in bringing that business into Folsom. So as you'll see coming up, that's one of our key objectives as we move forward. And also, beyond the obvious, which would be the room nights generated by bringing meetings and conferences here, the supplemental benefit is we have so many partners now in the retail space, and in the dining space that rely on meetings and conferences to fill their business and generate the revenue that sustains their growth. As always, we have to spend a few minutes on cycling. And over this period of time, cycling was definitely one of the primary focuses for Visit Folsom, as it really has been from the start. In this time frame, the allocation of the budget, as you'll see there, was well over $40,000. We were approached by former Park and Rec Director Robert Goss and the city manager at the time to talk about becoming a partner for the purposes of being able to bring both of these large events, Amgen and LaTapp. So there was a lot of effort we put forth, budget as well as staff time, to support those events that were so important to the credibility of Folsom as a cycling destination. And the justification for us, in addition to being good partners, is that building credibility gives us a lot of content when we want to market to leisure cyclists to come in after those events have been here, ride the same roads that those cyclists experienced, and really understand what sets Folsom apart as a cycling destination. We've woven the cycling opportunity into so many other components. You just see a few of them here. The debut of the e-bikes has been a big opportunity for us because it's bringing a whole new audience into cycling that in the past were not able to experience it. And also we've used it, as you know, for video purposes, social media platforms, et cetera. So finally, we're going to talk a little bit about the Historic District Coalition, but the Bike Your Way to Historic Folsom took the opportunity we see all the time because we live and we work in Historic Folsom and we see the cyclists there all the time. So this was a leveraging of introducing the cyclists to the retail and dining opportunities, entertainment opportunities in Historic Folsom, since they were already riding in. Introduce them to where the services are. Many of them were unfamiliar with the fact that there was a restroom in the parking garage, as an example. So we did a lot of work to try to connect those audiences by leveraging the cycling platform. So the fourth strategy had to do with expanding our network of event promoters. We can only create so many events and produce them with our team, and we need additional events that are in our sweet spot. The niches that we know we can do well, things that leverage our existing assets, whether that's water or trails, or events that work with the needs of our hotel partners, which is really our primary objective in looking for more events. This is Julie Fingar. Our collaboration with her brought us the HOKA Guinness World Book of Records 100K competition early in May that generated over 150 rooms for Folsom, and that was a result of that partnership. You see Paddle Splash. We worked, this will be year 3, with an event promoter who brought the opportunity for a stand-up paddleboarding festival to Folsom. She does so much more than the festival. They're doing youth education and a lot of other components. She's working with Park and Rec and really across the board is helping to help Folsom stand out as a stand-up paddleboarding destination. So those are just a few of the examples. I also already mentioned asset acquisition to you because that's present in the magazine when you look at the photo richness that's there and how it, I think, does a very good job of capturing what the Folsom experience is. That has been a big focus. Over 24 photo shoots were conducted during this period that I'm reporting on. Those included photo shoots for print materials, social media, specific campaigns. We do a lot of strategic work that tries to leverage both businesses as well as individuals who need that kind of visibility in the course of the marketing that we're doing. Okay, now we're going to take a look ahead. So that's a recap from 17-18, and now I'm going to mention a few of the objectives that are front and center as we move into the upcoming fiscal year that'll be starting on July 1st. So I've already recapped the importance of the conference center, and so the second part of this process now is to identify, do the research related to the venues, talk to brokers, and really do our homework relative to the design elements that are required. I know I didn't mention this in my earlier comments. Some of you may be thinking, for example, about the community center, which does get referred to by a lot of our hotel partners. The challenge in the community center is right now the technology is very deficient for the needs of a meeting in 2019. So the feedback we receive is that people are looking for a more tech-friendly space that gives them the tools they need to conduct their meetings. So that's an example of a takeaway that we would bring to this new project. What are the tech requirements that are needed? What about the location? How does that impact all the other issues so that we'll be better prepared to come back with a proposal that outlines what the opportunity is for Folsom? Regional co-ops, we currently partner with Rancho Cordova Travel and Tourism on several major rowing events, and we are going to go back and sit down and take a look at other events. Rancho has about twice as many rooms as Folsom does. So when it comes to large-scale events, they also have a lot of the room configurations that work well for certain types of youth sports where they want to have double occupancy. So there are some opportunities with Rancho that would allow us to go out and really leverage the strengths of both of our communities and take a look at how that might work to bring some other major events that fit into our strategy. Facilitating a new sports venue or visitor attraction. So this covers a wide variety, but we understand that where we are is we're at a point where we need some of these amenities. An example of that would be we've spent the last 10 years looking at options for a cross-country course. It's a huge opportunity, and currently we don't have a course that meets the requirements for state or national meets. There is some opportunity. As an example, there's a proposal on the table now to collaborate with the Los Rios Community College District. So those are some of the exercises we're going through in an effort to identify what do we have that's missing, what are some of the areas we can excel in that are not available in the community around us, where we could actually have some traction in building the event. Strategic support for the Johnny Cash Trail. So since the inception of the project, we've been an active partner in the process. We had a $50,000 commitment that launched it, as well as at the bridge dinner, using that as a platform to showcase our wine partners and underwrite the wine for that evening. At this point, we are ready to come back to understand what is the direction for the project and how can Visit Folsom be an active partner in helping to move it forward. There's a lot, I have to say, on every media trip that's occurred in the last 2 years. Top 3 questions. One of them is going to be, what's going on the Johnny Cash Trail? What am I going to see? What is it about? Why did you do it? So it's definitely a generator of media interest, and it presents a huge opportunity for day and overnight travel in Folsom. And that brings me to the expansion of media trips, and I'm going to talk about that in a minute, but we now have a better formula for how to host visiting media, whether those are freelance media, bloggers, print journalists, and so we're looking to partners to be able to expand, and it's a lot of coverage for an investment that's very reasonable, so we're looking to do more of that. With that in mind, we just completed the Gold Rush Rally at the beginning of May. This was a partnership with Visit California and Visit Gold Country. Visit California went all around the world to their international offices. They brought in a group of 30 journalists from all countries. We had about 9 of them here in Folsom on 2 different itineraries. One was a culinary itinerary, the other one was soft outdoor adventure, meaning they didn't whitewater raft here, right? They kayaked here. Those were some of the nuances in the itineraries. But they spent 2 days. We lodged them. Hospitality was extended for all meals. They went to Karen's. They went to the new Mas Tacos. They had a behind-the-scenes tour with GekeCon, behind-the-scenes tour for the culinary people at Redbus, e-bike rides with our friendly docent, Rob Klein, 2 different days on the Johnny Cash Trail, and kayaking. We only had 1 rollover in the kayak, so we considered that a very successful press trip. So far, as you will see, the early estimates from Visit California, and they've just started to come in, looks like we have about 250 pieces of coverage and a total media value of $545,000, which is very relative number to the investment we made in hosting this trip. I think it's more a function of staff time and resources. Yes?
What do you attribute the media value, and how do you value that? Like, where does that?
That's the number Visit California provided us. So they have a formula they use when they look at where it was placed et cetera. So we don't have all of that information in our office, so we contacted them and asked for what's the number as of today, because this trip just occurred at the beginning of May, and it will be the ongoing release of stories and blogs, et cetera, will be occurring over the next, I think, 30 to 60 days.
But last question on that, do you track your analytics for social media and use that as a gauge for your?
We do look at our analytics kind of across the board because we have, as you know, multiple platforms that we do. The opportunities here are a little different because of the visibility of Visit California. So I wouldn't attribute all the analytics just to the Folsom effort because this was part of a bigger campaign and we plugged into it. Visit California actually is, you see the logo there, is actually launching a year-long campaign called Road Trip Republic, which is a complete opportunity for Folsom because we fit very well onto a road trip itinerary in terms of what we offer. So we're prepared to take full advantage of that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Events. One of Folsom's strengths across the board, whether those events are produced by the city, by the Greater Folsom Partnership, or a whole variety of nonprofits. Events is part of what makes us tick here. I'm having you a sampling here. In the upper left corner is the events page from Visit Folsom. Bottom left, obviously, the new event boards. In the middle, the electronic boards. And then our top 5 e-blasts that get sent out weekly, which is probably one of the most valuable resources for people that are planning events. I'm sharing this because at a staff level, a lot of resources go into supporting events in Folsom, whether that's promoting them through these digital channels or looking for ways to be on site and provide support to people that are putting events together. It's a very important economic driver for Visit Folsom, and I would say for Folsom overall. This is a partial list from that fiscal year. This has got we listed about 22 here, but we have well over 30 events and $360,000 that went into event underwriting in that fiscal year period. Additionally, we get requests from most of our community partners, and that can be whatever. It might be a booster club. It might be an arts and culture organization. It might be a fraternal organization. A whole variety of nonprofits come to us to ask for our help in supporting their fundraising effort and their outreach in the community. Just some examples. That fiscal year we're describing, we had over 40 custom Folsom gift packages. We use all of those platforms where local residents are going to be, as well as visitors, as a chance to put Folsom first and create packages that do a good job of showcasing the brand. The concierge services is a very important element of what is evolving for Visit Folsom, and it certainly is a pivotal piece that supports why the meeting and conference strategy is important. Basically, I'm going to use the example here, which was the California Assessors Association. So that was a statewide meeting. They came, the Sacramento County Assessor was the chair and the host and asked us to be her partner in the planning process. It was held at the Lake Natoma Inn. It was a 3-day event. They had a desire to get out and explore the historic district. They were here on a weeknight, and we realized that without some facilitation, they were not going to have the experience that we all wanted them to have. So we partnered with the Folsom Historic District Association and created a Taste of Historic Folsom. Visit Folsom underwrote the music and all the welcome signage on the street. Historic Folsom created a multiple stop evening so that these guests had an opportunity to have a sampling up and down Sutter Street. And Councilmember Gaylord and I delivered a personal welcome. I think we had a bet about who could make the assessors laugh first, which is an accomplishment in and of itself. But basically, this is an example of our ongoing efforts to personalize the service that meeting planners need that is not readily available when they just pull in and decide to have a meeting. All the elements that make it a standout require some personal planning and concierge support, which is what we do. I've already mentioned rowers, but in the last 2 years, we've hosted not only the Youth Nationals, but also just 2 weekends ago, the Intercollegiate Rowing Championships, which brought in rowers from all across the country. Pretty much filled up Folsom hotels. I'm sure if you drove by, you saw our welcome banners on every property. We hosted a tent in collaboration with Rancho Cordova on site, which is our typical practice to offer recommendations and suggestions to visitors, particularly in many cases, people come when their students are freshmen and then they come back for 3 more years. So we love to talk to those people because we can give them a lot of information about how to spend their downtime. We were asked to participate in a coalition with the City of Folsom, the Folsom Historical Society, and the Folsom Historic District Association. City of Folsom and Visit Folsom are the 2 primary financial underwriters of this project, but with other participation as well. The objective was to bring together everybody who's involved in marketing the Folsom area, particularly historic Folsom, and create some cohesiveness in the brand and an opportunity to communicate about all the opportunities that existed so we could leverage them. The concierge services I just described is a perfect example of how that would work. We would create a more templated approach for historic Folsom to be able to host incoming groups. This has been a very successful project. We collaborated together on hiring a part-time marketing director who supports the entire brand and who's helping to grow the business and revenue share for the historic Folsom merchants. Some examples, so I think you all know this too, but we do meet monthly with all of our hotel partners. That includes directors of sales and general managers. And we rotate where we're going to be in Folsom so that they have a lot of firsthand experience at new restaurants, new amenities. That's obviously Sequest on the bottom. Additionally, we do our very popular bus tour, which happens once or twice a year. We go to all the new venues, whether those are city venues, entertainment venues, restaurants, so that people can offer firsthand recommendations. The campfire, which was a very tragic occurrence in the 4th quarter of 2018, we brought together resources. We had a lot of families staying in Folsom hotels. We reached out to the business community. And for both the November holiday season and the December holiday season, we prepared custom gift baskets for every family with gift cards to Folsom businesses to give them a better opportunity. That was an outpouring of support from the Folsom community. We then were contacted again and agreed to host the Butte County Academic Decathlon, and Visit Folsom underwrote the rooms for all the students that came from Butte County who was supposed to be hosting, and they had to relocate the event into Folsom because they didn't have a venue to host the event. So in total, this was a big project, but I think you'll all agree, a very worthy one. The celebration of the Rainbow Bridge, we were an active participant in the planning process for the events of May 4th. Our role was, in addition to participating in the planning meetings, was to work on the commemorative video, which I hope you all have seen, which is residing currently on Visit Folsom, which is a great retrospective about the bridge, some of the people that were instrumental in it and who have great memories about it. We also created merchandise. I gave you some samples in your packet, and then showcase local artists, as you see here. This is a print that Lori Anderson, a local artist, created, which was translated into a tile, and we've been selling that in our visitor center. So extending the reach of the centennial by having merchandise that calls out the event. And coming soon to a train station near you, the Choose Folsom Regional Transit Wrap. And this is another element in the ongoing promotion of the importance of public transit and the education process and supporting the messaging that the city has relative to the importance of regional transit. The Choose Folsom message will resonate with a lot of our Sacramento friends, and as I think we all have heard, there's been a lot of migration from Sacramento into Folsom, and this is just going to be one more reason for people to look at Folsom again. Our Instagram account has crossed the 7,000 mark and continues to be one of our best platforms. We are going to be hosting some Insta Meets in the upcoming year and look as an opportunity to continue to extend the reach. And obviously, Folsom is tailor-made for Instagram. I mean, I couldn't imagine a better place. This is just a snapshot of all the platforms that are available on social media. And one of the elements I discussed in my written report was the fact that we do share content across these platforms because it's cost effective and because a lot of the messaging works for more than one audience. This is a summary of the facts that Dan provided in his comments. I don't think he mentioned the average daily rate in this period of time. This would be for 2018. So the average daily rate, the occupancy, you heard him say that we are pretty much at the max for a number on occupancy, which will probably evolve as we look forward into the meeting and conference strategy. But we're very proud of the results there. Jobs, as well as the total economic impact number across all categories. So looking ahead, with continued effective marketing across all these segments for travel and tourism, business, leisure, and locals, we would look for an overall growth over the next 5 years of 18%. By 2023, the total economic impact for the 2023 year is forecasted to be over $200 million. And aggregating the results over those 5 years represents about $1 billion. These numbers don't contemplate, by the way, the introduction of any new significant assets, either hotels, conference space, or whatever. That's based on our current efforts. So we look ahead and think that there are many opportunities to continue to grow this very important revenue source for the city of Folsom. Can I answer any questions?
Any questions?
Well, I've got a lot of questions.
Ernie said he has a lot of questions.
Before you jump
Can I ask
in.
mine before you?
I'll go last. I'll go last.
So I know a lot of this is funded because of the transient occupancy tax, right? And then the business improvement district or for the hotel, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the
Well,
question.
you're funding all this how? I just want to make it clear for the public.
We're finding out the numbers?
No, funding.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, the BID funding is an assessment on every overnight stay in Folsom. So guests that are here are paying TOT, transient occupancy tax. Those funds go directly to the city, to the general fund. The BID funding is an assessment over and above the TOT that is then redirected to the marketing and underwriting that you saw captured in tonight's presentation.
And so the city makes some sort of financial investment every year, correct?
Well, it's through the bid.
Okay.
We're the ones that opened the bid. They couldn't do the bid without our approval.
Well, I thought we had some
Budget-
flat dollar assessment, or
No.
just like, okay.
No,
okay.
the budget is comprised of our budget is comprised specifically of the BID assessment. Many years ago, more than maybe 10 years ago at least, Sarah, there used to be a flat dollar amount that was given by the city to underwrite visitor services.
$37,000.
During the economic downturn, we gave that back, and we've continued without it.
Oh, okay, okay,
So that has never been restored. So all of the funding comes directly through the BID.
okay. And are you starting to see repeat customers, for example, the Assessors Association? I mean, are you starting to see people, they've had a good experience and they're starting to come again?
I think it would be more accurate to say that we see a lot of referrals. So in the case of a conference like that, they're going to move around because that's part of what keeps people wanting to attend. So but the point really is the feedback that they're giving us and that they're sharing with other similar organizations is what's moving us forward with getting more requests for that kind of a meeting. So, and we get recommendations from locals as well. Christine Brainerd just sent us a lead for the public information officers. We're looking for a venue for their conference in 2019. So we've already had meetings with them to outline what we're prepared to do, how we would support that, whether that's helping to underwrite some of the shuttle expense, because that is an issue always in Folsom when we're looking at certain types of groups because of our distance from the airport, or whether it's about how we put together the amenities for their free time, what we're prepared to offer there. So those would all be part of the conversation, and that would always come. That event planner said, well, I have 2 other groups I'd like to talk to you about. So that would be more, I think, a true statement about the benefit of these is the strong referrals that come about because of the success.
Okay.
And I would also tell you the feedback we've had is that there are not a lot of other destinations in our size range who are willing to offer those types of personalized services. So it's definitely a plus.
I think we need a little bit of a clarification about how the bid was formed and why it was formed. Jim, stop me if I'm going wrong here anywhere, but I believe that the bid had to be formed by a government agency in order to collect that money, but it's simply a pass-through, and it was, and there had to be a vote of the hotel owners to determine whether or not they wanted to participate in such a program. So it's simply, that it's collected as a tax that comes through the city and right back out again. So.
That's correct.
Is it a competitive bid process, though? So can other companies bid in that process?
No.
Or is it exclusive just to Greater Folsom Partnership?
To be the administrators of the BID.
Yeah.
Well, two separate issues there. Carrie's absolutely right. The hotels come together, agree to be assessed with a specific agenda of what they want to see, which at the end of the day is to generate additional overnight stays, clearly. The issue relative to the who is contracted for the bid comes about every 5 years on a contract discussion. And at that point, if there was another organization that wanted to bid to do that, I believe that is a part of that process.
Can we call it a proposal instead of a bid about the bid? The language gets confusing.
Okay, I'm sorry, I agree, so yes.
So it's a competitive bid process, but it can be reviewed annually by the council as well, too, right?
No, it's reviewed annually
5
by
years.
the hotels.
Okay.
So the hotels could decide on any given year, if they were dissatisfied with their results, they could make a decision that they didn't want to continue.
It's just passing through the city. That's the city's role. The hotels are self-assessing, and then in this case, the Greater Folsom Partnership is administrating.
But my question is, and I'm just curious because I've only had the topic come up the last time in 2018, but if it's not the hotels who pick the contract recipient or the awarding of the contract, it's the city council via a bid process.
Yeah.
It's not really a bid
If
process.
I may clarify that, Madam Mayor and the member of the City Council, the first part is correct. The city has to initiate and go through the formation process to form this assessment district, known as the
Which we
Business
did
Improvement
many years ago.
Correct. But the second part is the city also has to select an administrator, but it does not have to go through a competitive bid process. There's no requirement for competitive bidding, but the city is required to choose one.
So I guess let me make it simple. Anyone can submit an application to be that contractor,
For
right?
city council consideration, yes, sir.
Okay, just making sure.
And I would like to just clarify that it's not a simple application. It's a full-blown proposal that basically gets worked out between the administrator, who in this case is Greater Folsom Partnership, to provide the services that that the group of hotel owners wants to have.
Yeah, I might have simplified it via the term, but the point is, I'm saying others can participate in the process to have the contract.
If they wanted to be considered to be
Correct.
the administrator,
Thank
yes.
And
And the
the
only other
council
thing
has historically selected that administrator based on feed book from the hotels. It's not done entirely separately, and that's how it was set up in the first place, because it was a service that the hotel owners wanted to have, and they wanted to have control over it.
Well, yes. I mean, currently, BIDs are the most accepted funding mechanism for travel and tourism in the state of California. Even relatively rural destinations are now adopting this format because it's a very unique system. As the wheel turns, the more successful the marketing is, the more hotel revenue is generated, the more opportunity there is to market, the more services that are provided. And all of that occurs without public funds. So it's a unique model, and it's a very popular one in the state of California right now, particularly given that there's not a lot of public funding for travel and tourism.
And then my only other question, and thank you for that. My only other question was, are you able to track, I didn't see it in here, how much of the spending is actually with local Folsom business? So how much do you spark the local economy with the expenditures of the $1 million?
Well, in the report that Dean Runyon provided, all of that information that's broken down by categories, so retail, dining, et cetera, is all in Folsom. So the short answer is yes, we can look at the big number, so how many millions were spent in dining as an example, which is important to evaluate, because, for example, when we were looking at where to put resources in our materials, the dining guide became much more pivotal when we see the kind of trends relative to that spend in restaurants. There's also a big body of evidence right now, which I sure makes sense to everybody here, that people that are staying in hotels are frequently the #1 customer for retail. Local shoppers may choose to go online, but people that are visiting, because they're going out to eat and looking for entertainment, are big supporters of retail. And of course, that is an important component that we want to keep economically viable in Folsom.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just one quick thing, I may have missed it when you were talking earlier on about the, need for additional conference room type spaces. Do you have an idea of how much of that could be absorbed with the activities that are available to us to draw to town?
Are you talking, I want to make sure I clarify your question. You're asking me
Square
how.
footage of conference space, what would be useful immediately and what would be useful over the long term?
Yeah, the number was between 8,000 and 15,000 contiguous square feet of space, and with an additional 6,000 for breakout spaces or other conference kind of activities.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's the optimal number.
Okay.
And that's under the current circumstance.
Right. So based on what they saw as the demand and based on the feedback from both the hospitality partners and others, and comparing us to other destinations, of course, they extended the wheel out further. They looked at the Sacramento market at large. What's the sweet spot for Sacramento? What does that mean for Folsom? Because that conference for like 250 to 300 people is a sweet spot for us. We can do very well. We have amenities that support it well, and the room night generation would be very positive. But before any of that proceeds, obviously we'll come back with more information, but that's where we are at the moment.
Okay. Ernie?
Excuse me, I'm going to try to get through this. Of all nights to lose my voice is ridiculous. Before I start, I want to make a couple of comments. First of all, I believe every city, I want to make this clear because I think people misunderstand where I come from. Every city should have an active and supported Chamber of Commerce. One that supports all businesses, small and big, and all various types of businesses. This town has two paths to go by. There's a government path, which is by law, we travel. We're responsible for all the services that city residents expect and desire. Very important is the quality of life in this town. Us government type emphasize that. And also health and safety. Quality of life has a lot of different parts, okay? Do we have good houses? Do we have good recreation facilities? And do we have good schools? That's our quality of life in this town. And many years have gone into a lot of people, a lot of effort to make it that way. And then I see a business path, which is very vital to cities and sustainability. In other words, if the city is going to keep going at the quality of life, they got to have an active, viable business path. Sometimes making those two paths go together and not collide in a negative fashion is a challenge. Business is great for expansion, and as the beautiful display you did today, I really enjoyed your presentation. I always do. But it cannot detract, and none of this can detract from the quality of life of the people that live in this town. Okay, it just can't. And I know that's not your intention. I know you too well for that. But us electees, the one that sits on this podium right up here, it's our job to steer this development, the tourism and the economic development, to be sure that we can provide that quality of life to the citizens of this town. And that's partnership. And only by openness between us, the elected and the professional staff of the economics and chamber, can we achieve this. Now, when this bid, when it started discussion in early 2000, okay, it wasn't talking about bid, that's where you talk about the 37,000 was donated or given from the city, the chamber matched that and a few other odds, and then that was your budget. And then the discussion was the bid. And finally you came around and you presented it in the council before my time, did approve the bid. Now, one thing in the discussion about the funding that I always try to emphasize, TOT tax can go up to probably 12% and be competitive. And what you have to think of when you talk about TOT and hotels, don't make them high for revenue for us and then they go out of business. It doesn't make sense. So what this council did during the dialogue on tourism, it come to the conclusion that 4% should go into a bid so that you can do tourism and economic development. That was the council's decision, and only because we had the authority to approve it could you get it done. You couldn't do it on your own, okay? And so, but at that time, this council was tasked to do oversight. Now, I know probably everybody out there has a different definition of what oversight is. My definition, it may not be my colleagues, but it may be, but I bet you the majority of people in this town, oversight says, is it effective from a financial money point of view? When you tell me you're going to bring this in and that in, is it economically effective? And the only way we, as a councilman, I'll speak to myself, that I can judge it and do my oversight as I think I'm responsible to do, is I have to get detailed information from you, and that has never been provided. Now, I will defend you in a sense that I've done a lot of research in this last 2 months. I read every report you had, and so I pretty much know how everything evolved. My first impression, it was a hell of a no, it was not a good idea for the audit, for our oversight. The way the contract reads between the city and the Tourism Bureau, that's not oversight. It's generalization. Oversight is not to say that I gave you $1 million and you spent $1 million. That's an easy way to skate out. If I give you $1 million and you spend 200 there, 400 there, I need to know where you're doing it to see if you conform with what we think is tourism. Because it's so easy when you hand out money that it can be diverted into all kinds of things. And I don't know that as an oversight reviewer unless I look at this stuff, unless I ask you to give it. And it's not a case of I don't trust you. Okay, we can't worry about trust. But I get a resistance. Now, when we had a free meeting for the people in the audience last week, and it was very beneficial. It was really interesting. I gave you a set of questions that I was going to ask, and we only asked a few of them because we got hung up for an hour and a half, and Sarah had an appointment, so we left. But you would have thought, when I asked one question, I used the term co-mingle of funds. You would have thought I put a firecracker in every one of you from the chamber, because I got an immediate reaction from all of you about, oh, you don't use that word, though, and Mr. Holdness thought I was accusing you of fraud. And I was just asking a layman's question. Okay, and then after we all calmed down, I said, you tell me a word that you want to tell me. And you said, sharing. sharing of assets.
Resources.
Resources, sharing of resources. Now, that can be determined in anything. It could be, in my mind, it could be the same thing as commingle, only a different way of saying it. But I accepted your opinion. But there were some points when I had gone through these review that I should have done it a long time ago. All of us should have done it. But according to the contract that we wrote between the two of us, the city and the chamber, it didn't say we had to do what I say the only way you can do oversight. I don't know if you're spending money properly or if you're spending it on the generalization. And as you know, the thing that generated my interest in what's going on is when on your audit report, one of it was a statement in there that said, and they highlighted, your auditor highlighted it, that they wrote a $476,000 plus check to the Folsom Chamber of Commerce. That's all it said. And nothing in the thing tells me what did you pay to the Audit Service Bureau fund did you go to the chamber? That's what I'm asking for an oversight. Tell me where it is. I'm sure it's no problem, but when you have oversight, you don't take that. You just prove it, okay? And that's where I think we have to sit down in the future and get together and resolve that. We may negotiate and argue about certain things, but that's the only way this council can do a significant, but I think the citizen, because you know, where the bid money comes right to you from the hotels. If it wasn't, and we decided to put 4% with a vote of the people, who I'm sure would pass it because they're not paying it, the tourism paying it. Okay, we get that. Okay, and we certainly could use 4% more. But I think from what I see on tonight, you're doing a great job with the 4% you're getting the bid. But me thinking it is not me seeing it and proving it. And I think any councilman, any one of us, and they may have a different opinion, that's perfectly okay. My opinion on oversight, I want to see the details. Okay? If I have a question, I'll sit down with your CEO or with you, with the mayor. Okay? And we'll discuss and see why it is a difference. Okay? So, but
So should I interject there just for a moment, Ernie?
Sure.
So I really appreciate your feedback. Yes, we did have a chance to review some of this in our pre-meeting because I think, as you just pointed out, a relationship based on communication and trust is always the objective, and it certainly is ours.
Great.
And in this case, I think that what you pointed out, that's the pivot point, at least from my perspective, is that the way the contract is drawn up, the requirement is to provide this report, to be audited every other year by an established auditing firm. And then we took it a step beyond that this year in retaining Dean Runyon so that we could have some third-party collection of data that would be an impartial way to recap what these efforts are producing. So in our minds, I want to clarify, we were really making a concerted effort to over-deliver on data so that it would be a productive discussion.
But I wasn't given it. On this report, it doesn't, you know, you're
Ernie, that's the information that Dan was talking about earlier.
It's in your
And part of
packet.
the reason why that happened relates to criticism from you in years past. So that's why they got outside information
Remember,
about.
criticism is constructive. I'm not trying to get rid of the Chamber of Commerce.
I appreciate that.
All I'm saying, we have to know, because that's our job to know, where that money is going. You say it's in here. I just got the package tonight. I don't know that.
What I'm talking about, and my comment was referencing that the report from Dean Runyon that gives the recap of all of the streams of revenue that contribute to that economic impact is part of your package tonight. But I think what you're asking for is a follow-up discussion where we talk about the nature of the contract and if there should be a change in how it's constructed to better address your questions and whether that works for the organization and works for what your objectives are. And I understand what you want,
Right.
and I think I'm just pointing out that it's beyond the scope of what's outlined there, so we
Correct.
would need to redefine. And I
Right,
think
with
that's the
concurrence of
conversation.
the mayor.
Well, no,
you know.
I'm going to go back and I'm going to clarify how the bid came to be. Ernie, your comments have suggested that the bid came to be because the council randomly decided to pick 4%. That's not what happened.
2 and 2.
No, that's not what happened, Ernie. I was sitting here, you were sitting out there, and I know you were at every meeting when we talked about it.
Was.
So your argument at the time was to increase the TOT, and that was, the TOT money predominantly goes into the city's general fund. The bid, which stands for Business Improvement District, just to clarify bidding on projects, because that does get confusing. The bid was an effort on the part of the hotel owners, and I see Lynn Solberg from Lake Natoma Inn is sitting back there. Enid's still home recovering from her latest surgery. But that was an effort that the hotel owners put together and said, we want to tax ourselves, and we want that money to remain available for marketing, increased tourism, and more hotel nights for us. That wasn't our idea. It wasn't the city's plan.
I know.
They came to us by way of the, when it was the chamber before Ted Corp really existed, and said, this is what we want to do. So those are two very, very different things. Tourism and the bid are very, very different things. And the hotels continue to do this because they want to continue the activity, and they are happy, obviously, with having the Greater Folsom Partnership or Ted Corp or whichever organization is overseeing that and having them do that. So for the suggestion to be made that we have the ability to go in and change that number or take that money or do something else with the money, we don't. And if the hotel owners got together tomorrow and said, we're not going to do this anymore, we don't want to do it,
Fine.
there's nothing we can do to prevent them from dissolving it.
I'm not arguing that point, but let me clarify a little bit. Tina Pauley was your tourism head at the time this whole discussion was going on.
A board chair.
She was the board chair.
Okay, and she's the one that led the thing, and me and her had a lot of off-site backroom discussions about my concern. I'll be very honest with you. No reason for me to be hesitant. I'm not afraid to say what I want to say. I was concerned that if you got that money, you commingle it. I'll use the word, don't kill me, okay? And that it would not be there, and I didn't want that to happen, okay? I didn't think it should happen. That was it. So when you got off of that and you went into the bid process, which I understand, and the bid started at 2%. That was the original one. And then I think 12 or 11 or 12, it was raised 2% more to 4%. That's the current rate. I know that it's there. And then also the question I first asked you, is your opinion that it goes to fill hotel rooms? And you said, yes, that's the basic ground rule is to fill up the hotel rooms with people, right?
I want to make sure I heard your question correctly. When you asked me, I said the number one objective of the bid is to increase overnight stays. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Same thing. I'm saying.
I'm just making sure, so, yes, exactly.
Okay, and so all I'm saying is, first of all, we need to sit down and talk about the contract as to the oversight. What does it mean exactly? Now, maybe you did it here, maybe the talking's over. I don't know, I haven't seen that. But before tonight, that wasn't adequate for nobody. You can't do that. And same thing when that $476,000 check written to the Chamber of Commerce, also there was a $26,000 check written to the Lake Natoma Inn.
Are those the 2012 issues that we talked about in the meeting?
I thought it was 2012, but I'm not sure that was the right one.
Okay.
But that's the one I'm talking about.
Okay.
Okay, well, that was 7 years ago at this point.
Well, that means we haven't looked at it. I'm as remiss as any. I've been here 9 years, 10 years, 11, going on 11 years. I should have been looking at it. I didn't do it. Now, let me tell you why I did start looking at it. I decided I had to track the money. That's my responsibility to the citizens that elected me, and there were a bunch that did. Just by chance, and this is not off the line, it's explaining why I got so active on the bid. I came across a invoice, and Joe knows all about it, of support from the city to the rodeo arena, and that's one of your major. Obviously, you highlight that. That's a good event. Where there was a $16,200 discount. And I said, where did that come from? Because when I came on this council and Joe and I had a discussion, there was a problem of we were paying too many cops and too many expensive cops. We had that long talk. That wasn't my chore to resolve. So I guess somewhere, from what Joe told us at that meeting, it seems like that decision was made at a high level.
It was made by a prior city manager.
Correct.
They identified 4 significant community events that occur in Folsom that are, that provide economic benefit to residents and to the organizers of the event. So that included events like the historic Folsom tree lighting, the Veterans Parade, Folsom Pro Rodeo. And at that time, as a matter of fact, we had completed an economic impact study for the rodeo. And it provided information, and that was the thought process that occurred by that city manager, and it was 4 events that represented the spectrum of what was happening in Folsom at the time.
3 city managers back, okay?
Yes, it's been a while.
And that wasn't dispensed to me, and I doubt if it was to the other people. Maybe they didn't care. I didn't know about it. Obviously, I didn't care what I didn't know about, okay? But that's not what we do. Okay, because what happens when you add up, and that's what I'm talking detail, when you add up all the expenses to get ready for the rodeo, so you can put it on, and we send you a bill, that includes cops' costs, firemen costs, okay, renting the utility, the facility, all that adds up. Say we come up with $26,000, then we discount $16,000, we bid you for the 10. Well, I go up and look at the 2 items on the invoice, and the cops are $16,000. That means the city coffers out of the city general fund is paying $6,000 in salaries to police officers or firemen, and that should not be the case. If we want to discount items, then let's discount the rental fee. Let's discount the preparation fee. We should not be paying a major fundraiser by a major nonprofit organization for safety.
Well, once again, Ernie, that is not something we've been requesting. Decision was made, it's been the policy. If the policy should be reevaluated, then absolutely, I understand that, but this was not
I'm saying that's why got me interested, and I went through, and when I did that, I went further. I went to, as you say, the 4 items. I looked at the Folsom Live and Folsom Tap. Annually, it's a $5,000 donation, or not a donation, but a discount on the amphitheater area, okay? And I went to the where you host your Biz Expo, and up until this year, you moved. 10 years, you did it over at the
Sports complex,
okay? The normal rate for all day for any organization like yours is $4,600. You paid $1,500. So that means we discounted $3,000 every time. So if you add it together, okay, and include the $1 rental that we give you on every year on the building, I know what you think about the building, but it's still in an old town.
We take good care of that building.
I know you take it, yeah. Well, it's a hard building to take care of.
Yes.
Okay, I know you're cold in the winter.
It's an
and you're hot in
expensive
the summer.
building to take care of.
It
Yeah.
is.
Anyway, I go through this and I come up in here and I add it up and it's $89,000 that we're discounting on an annual basis because I throw in $50,000 for economic development. It's hard to distinguish who's doing what with the Greater Folsom Partnership.
Well, I can clarify, as I've already done on the rodeo, that's been a longstanding policy, and if it should be reevaluated, that's at the direction of the city, not us.
Correct.
Relative to TAP Folsom and Folsom Live, we've never seen an invoice, nor had any knowledge that there was something absent, because when we pay the other city services attached to those events, it's never been noted. So there may be a policy in place, and this probably would require more research, because I know that there are a lot of groups who probably use the amphitheater and have a waiver based on the original agreement with the
In fact,
historic
that's
district.
true, Mary Ann. There's there's probably 30 events, I think, that the Historic District Association is doing that they get no invoices for.
It's more like 41, okay, and that's another issue, and I don't bring it to you because I know you have separate organization, but there's 41 waivers of fees down in the amphitheater that we're not counting. And sometimes I find this out because somebody comes up and says, in the amphitheater, we're not getting no fees. I said, what's that about? Now, we are getting some fees.
Well, that's
Okay.
under the
Councilmember
jurisdiction of the
Schell-
city, obviously.
Yeah, if I could just clarify that the list that you're referring to, that, you and I have reviewed,
Right.
of, 30, 40-something events.
Right.
Only 3 of those were actually Greater Folsom Partnership. The rest were, by and large, Folsom Historic District Association.
That's what I said, it was
fund-
Folsom
yeah,
and
yeah.
TAP. Those are the ones.
In fact, something that was waived, we had no knowledge of it. So that's a news to us, and I'm sure it merits further investigation about how you want to move forward, but not something that we requested, not something we had knowledge of.
But something you enjoyed, whether you knew it or not, you didn't have to pay it.
Madam Mayor,
of course,
if I
Ernie,
may-
we
If I may
take,
try to
Yes, please.
clarify, are we talking about the bid item now, or are we talking
I'm
about something
explaining
different?
why I went into the bid, because all these other discounts said I need to have some kind of,
But Ernie,
But I'm done
the
with it.
city attorney's correct. This item is about the bid and the
yeah.
audit on tourism.
We just have to be careful that we're not veering off onto other topics.
I'm done going to why. Okay, all I'm asking is the concurrence with the mayor, which we have to talk about. It's not going to be done now. Maybe in this, for the gentleman, what you said, it gives me the detail that we can do oversight. If we can, I'm happy to buy, unless something comes up, and then that's the mayor and the CEO who discuss that.
So let me
But
clarify
we can't
something.
do.
the report Dan's providing you is not the same as what you're discussing.
Then I won't be satisfied.
I understand that, but I'm just clarifying so that there's no confusion.
Okay.
Dan's report is providing you with an economic impact that looks at lodging, all the related sectors, and what that does for the city of Folsom as a measure of how successful our efforts have been, and to give us a roadmap forward to continue to do an excellent job. That's the focus of that, using a third-party agency. What you're asking for, I agree, should be a follow-up meeting to further review, take a look at the contract. I do want to mention, though, that in addition to the materials we provided, there is a nonprofit board of directors of 30-plus leaders from the Folsom business community who meet quarterly and review all of the projects and financials attached to this effort.
But they don't have the charge. The charge is the oversight on this.
I understand that, but I'm just clarifying for purposes of being more complete in my comments about how this information is reviewed so that we can be clear about that.
Fine.
But a follow-up meeting is clearly in order, and we will reach out to schedule that.
I'm done with my inquisition. I just thought that it has to be public. If we don't talk about this stuff, then we'll never fix it or unfix it.
Well, my understanding in listening to you is there are probably some misperceptions or areas that need more clarity, and that it would be to everyone's benefit to find that.
I'll
So,
accept that.
okay, thank you. Thank you for your comments. Any additional
Sarah,
questions?
did you have a question?
I just had one more in reading your document, or the magazine. Number one, I like it. Except for one thing, the 5 reasons millennials.
Uh-huh,
So the 1 through 4 look great.
uh-huh.
Number 5 says, speaking of traffic, we don't have that.
Well, that's, I suppose, a subjective evaluation. It's based on, the original content of that article was directed to millennials residing in the Bay Area and to explain how Folsom favorably compared on all those issues. In that particular respect, we would be in a very acceptable level. I understand it's a hot button for other reasons, but for purposes of that article, that's where that came from.
Okay.
Thank you.
And by the way, Marianne, everything I'm telling you about, it's public record. Okay, I'm not pulling this out of the air. This came out of the public record.
I understand. Thank you. Are there any other questions?
Any other questions?
Nope.
Thank you. Great job.
All right, thank you.
With that, we will move on to the consent calendar. Anybody like to pull anything?
I will move adoption of the consent calendar.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Kozlowski?
Yes.
Sheldon?
Yes.
Aquino?
Yes.
Gaylord?
Yes.
And Howell?
Yes. And we will now move on to item 8, public hearing. Resolution 10300, amending Exhibit A to Resolution 10059 regarding the off-site roadway improvement set-aside fee and the Folsom Plan Area Specific Plan infrastructure fees. Welcome, Jim.
Yeah. Good evening. Mayor, members of the council, Resolution 10300 amends the Folsom Plan Area Specific Plan, infrastructure fee by carving out the off-site roadway improvement set-aside fee, which you just adopted in the consent calendar. The off-site roadway improvement fee is not an additional fee. This amendment will carve out the fee from the existing fee and change how the fee is collected from being collected at final map to collecting it at building permit issuance. This is being done in order of the fact that when the obligation is met, the set-aside fee will no longer be required and will be discontinued. So that's the extent of this resolution and the explanation of it. I'd be glad to take any questions about it.
Okay, well, any questions before I open the public hearing? No. We'll open the public hearing. We have no request to speak on this. So we'll close the public hearing.
I will move adoption of resolution number 10300.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Kozlowski?
Yes.
Sheldon?
Yes.
Aquino?
Yes.
Gaylord?
Yes.
And Howell?
Yes. Okay, that moves us to 9A, new business. Resolution 10298 of the City Council authorizing issuance of the City of Folsom Community Facilities District Number 16, the Islands at Park Shore Improvement Area, special tax bonds.
Mayor, members of the council, Jim Francis, your assistant city manager. This is on CFD number 16. The council approved the formation of this CFD back in 2015, and it was amended in 2017. The district issued bonds in 2018 for improvement area 1 of the CFD in the amount of $5.8 million. This item is proposing to issue Series 2019 bonds in the amount of $6,500,000. Just as a reminder, the area that is being considered is on the map here with the road on the left side of it being Park Shore and the circular, let's see if I get this working.
I'm not seeing a red dot, Jim.
Yeah, I'm not either.
You had it there
I think
for a second.
it's out of,
There's another pointer at the podium.
well, the road on the left is
Krista
Park
seems to think
Shore,
that one's going to work.
and then, yeah, further to the left is Park Shore, and then that's Silo Road coming down. And in the middle is Farmhouse Road. So that's the area that we're talking about. The proceeds of the bonds will be used to finance the development fees, but also pay for the cost of an acquisition of public facilities, including Park Shore Drive, the sewer and water utilities, and the Ring Park Trail and improvements, which, if I go back here, I don't have, it's the, this is the Ring Park Trail. The proceeds will also be used to fund the debt service reserve and to pay for the cost of issuance of the bonds. The total appraised value of the property within the CFD is $41.6 million. In compliance with city policies, the value to lien ratio is 6.8 to 1. Our policy is that it has to be at 3.1 or greater, which it is.
I think you mean 3 to 1.
Pardon?
3 to 1. You said 3.1.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, 3 to 1. You're right.
Thank you.
And the projected tax burden is 1.68%. Your city policy is that be less than 2%. Almost the error there. By taking this action, you're approving various required documents that are attached, and you're authorizing the officers of the city to execute those documents. And with that, I recommend approval of Council Resolution 10298.
Do we have any questions?
I do. So this is done by negotiated sale, not a competitive sale, is that correct?
It could be either, yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought because you had the underwriter listed that it automatically made it negotiated, but it's not?
We actually haven't gotten to that point of
Okay.
decision yet, but it
Okay.
could be either.
Okay.
Any other questions? Anybody want? No whispering, share with the class.
It is a negotiated.
I figured because it had an underwriter listed. Okay, thank you.
That being said, I will move approval.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Kozlowski?
Yes.
Sheldon?
Yes.
Aquino?
Yes.
Gaylord?
Yes.
And Howell?
Yes. And I'm going to request that we take 5 minutes before we start the next item because I think it's going to take a little bit.
And then, everybody's going to get 10 minutes because I can set this as we get to it.
Okay.
Okay, so we're doing 10, 10, 3, 5, and 5.
Okay.
So I'll just keep adjusting that as we go.
All right, we're going to reconvene. Thank you to everybody for keeping our little break down to 5 minutes. And just okay, just as a manner of introduction, the way this is going to go, and I have documentation from the city attorney that we must follow. We will open the hearing on the appeal. Staff will make a presentation to the city council. Appellant will make a presentation to the city council, and the time limit on that is, 10 minutes. The appellants can divide speaking time should they choose to do that, but the cumulative speaking time is 10 minutes. The applicant can make a presentation to the council, same limitation, 10 minutes, and that is even if speaking time gets divided between various speakers. Members of the public may address the city council. Time limit is 3 minutes per blue slip, and right now I think we have 3. So if there's anybody else that wants to speak on this, please fill out a card and get it to the officer. Then the appellant may make closing remarks to the city council. Time limit on that is 5 minutes. Applicant may make closing remarks to the city council. Time limit on that is 5 minutes. And then staff will respond to questions from the city council. Then we'll close the appeal hearing, and then the council will deliberate and make a decision on the appeal. So that's our roadmap. Okay, so that gets us to item number 2, where staff makes a presentation to the council.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Pam Johns, Community Development Director. And the item before you is an appeal by Paul Keast of a Historic District Commission action to grant variances for a second unit at 908 Bidwell, and also a request for a fee waiver for the appeal fee. I'm going to spend a few minutes describing the project, the Historic District Commission action, and the scope of the appeal. And then, as the mayor mentioned, the appellant and the applicant will have an opportunity to advocate for the project.
Or their position on the
Their
project.
position on the project, thank you. Just quick background, the existing project or property site is a residential site with a home about 1,200 square feet, single-story, craftsman-style, constructed in 1950. It's towards the rear of the property. Residence is not considered historically significant. There's no access from this site to the rear alley. And it also has an 81 square foot accessory structure that was constructed in 1965. In April 3rd to be exact, the Historic District Commission approved several different entitlements that are required for the proposed project, which are design review for residential remodel of the existing single-family home and the addition of a two-car garage with a second unit above. The project required variances for reduction in the minimum lot size and reductions in the side and rear yard setbacks, and I'm going to explain that in more detail and show some graphics that will help explain it. And then demolition of the 81 square foot accessory structure. On April 15th, we got what's called a timely appeal from the applicant, meaning it was submitted within the timeline required for an appeal, identifying concerns.
I'm sorry to correct you, Pam, but I think you mean the appellant.
The appellant, did I say applicant?
Yes.
Thank you. The appellant submitted an appeal of specific components of that approval, specifically the variances relative to the minimum lot size and the minimum side yard setback that affects the second unit portion of the project. This slide summarizes the basis for the appeal, essentially that the project site is too small to accommodate a second unit. It doesn't meet the minimum lot size or the side yard setbacks. The massing is inappropriate and doesn't provide adequate on-site parking. So I'm going to let the appellant go through the items, but it's important to note that the basis for the appeal needs to be stated in the letter, and that's why you've all been given the appeal letter. The project is mid-block in the 900 Bidwell Street block. Notably, it's across from some commercial multifamily property, and most of the other homes on the block are of the traditional Theodore Judas 7,000 square foot lot size. On this slide, I show on the left side the existing home. It's set back. It's set back from, so this is Bidwell Street and the alley. This is an unusual property in that 1,500 square feet of the original 7,000 square foot lot were subdivided some time back, and so this is a separate property under separate ownership, and right now the existing structure is built over the property line. There is a court order and a recognition from all parties in ownership here that this needs to be relocated. Essentially, the building needs to be moved back to a minimum of 6 feet from the property line, and that's not in question. This shows the proposed demolition of the accessory structure in this location. And then on the right-hand side here, I'm trying to highlight what's proposed with the project. So relocation of this back property line to, again, 6 feet from the rear property line, the home to the rear property line, the addition in 2 portions of the existing single-family residence, and then a connection with a breezeway to a 2-story portion of the project, which would include a 2-car garage with a second unit over the top, which are more proximate to the Bidwell Street frontage.
Pam, do we know when that back part of the lot was sold?
I believe it was in one of the correspondence that you received, but we haven't fact-checked that. So no, I don't have that information, but I can look it up while we're.
But do we think that it was sold by the Mosley family?
I don't know that information for sure,
So this is going back sometime before 1952 then, if it wasn't Madeline and her husband that sold it? Okay.
Again, yeah.
And Pam, you said 6 feet from the rear.
6 inches.
Okay, thank you.
it's a really unusual circumstance to have a 1,500 square foot lot separated there. So this is, I've got some photos here that just give you some perspective. Many of you may have seen the site, but this is from Bidwell Street. Looking back, you can see the house is set back pretty far on the property, and it's small and screened by the existing vegetation. Again, the only access to this property comes from Bidwell. They don't have access from the alley. Just to the left of the property, there's a new single-family home and also a detached garage with a second unit back in this location on the project site. Just a closer look at the architecture and condition of the building, along with the accessory structure that's proposed for demolition.
Pam, can you go back one more slide?
Sure.
No, that one.
Mhm.
So the yellow on the left, is that the garage and a second unit for the house next door?
Yes.
Okay.
Again, just some more photos showing the setting and surroundings here. This is the proposed floor plan that outlines the proposed addition to the existing single-family residence, the breezeway connection, the first floor of the garage, and the second unit above the top. This is the view you would see from Bidwell Street. Again, the breezeway connecting the proposed two-story structure and the addition portion of the one-story structure. These are the remaining elevations showing the rear property line, the renovation of the wall along the rear property line, the kind of new frontage of the house that would face Bidwell Street, and then again the elevations showing the breezeway connection. There's been some question and conditions about fire rating of walls when they're within less than 3 feet from a property line, and so there may need to be some modifications, but there's conditions to address that to ensure that they meet the building code requirements if the project were to move forward. Just want to highlight a couple things about the existing general plan designation and site conditions in terms of compliance with the existing standards. So minimum lot size in this district is 6,000 square feet. It's 5,500 now. So it's a pre-existing non-conforming lot that is grandfathered in. And the setback, the reduced setback on the side yard on one side is 2 feet, which again is less than the 5-foot requirement for the existing residence, and that is again a pre-existing non-conforming structure, and it's grandfathered in. Anytime that someone wants to expand on a non-conformity, that's what requires approval of an exception or a variance. So in other words, if someone wanted to just retain the existing setbacks and everything new complied with the standards that are in place, they would not have needed the variance request. It's because they want to continue that encroachment along the side property line that they are required to get a variance. And so the appeal of the variance approvals are focused on 2 of the 3 variances that the Historic District Commission granted. The first is the minimum lot size. So an attached second unit requires in the Historic District a 6,000 square foot minimum lot size in order to do a second unit. And in this one, again, is 5,500. So they needed a variance in order to get that second unit approved. The side yard setback, again, if they were meeting the 5-foot required rear yard setback, they would not have needed a variance, but they were requesting to maintain that existing or extend the existing 2-foot side yard setback, so that required them to get a variance on that property line. So here I'm showing that same thing graphically. So the rear yard setback variance that was granted by the Historic District Commission is not in question. The side yard setback for the addition to the existing residence is not in question. The focus is on the variance for the lot size, not meeting the minimum requirements for a second dwelling unit, and the 2-foot setback of the new garage and second unit being proposed. In order to approve a request for a variance, there are specific findings by our municipal code that have to be made, and they really are essentially that special circumstances apply to the property, including size, shape, topography, location, or surroundings, whereby strict application of the zoning code deprives property of privileges enjoyed by other property in the vicinity or under identical zoning classification. And then further, the municipal code sets out specific considerations that need to be looked at for granting of a variance, and those are outlined here, and those were discussed in pretty good detail at the Historic District Commission. So you're wanting to make sure that there are some extraordinary circumstances that apply to the property that don't generally apply to other properties in the same district. It doesn't, the granting is necessary for preservation and enjoyment of substantial property rights of the petitioner, and it will not, under the circumstances of this case, materially affect the health and safety of persons residing in and around the property.
Roger, can you turn your mic on?
Does it have to meet all three of those requirements?
All three of those requirements, those are considerations. So these are the types of things that were outlined in the staff report in recommending approval of the project, and the Historic District Commission discussed most, if not all, of these items in their deliberations. Unusual lot size in that, again, most of the Theodore Judah lots in the Historic District, not just this sub-area, but the residential sub-areas, have a 7,000 square foot lot. This one has a 5,500 square foot lot and has a carve out of 1,500 square feet under separate ownership that does not provide them access from the alley like most of the other properties and all of the other properties on their particular block of Bidwell Street. The existing residence is so far back on the property, there's really no room to do anything behind. So most of the second units within the historic district are located on the back of a property. In this case, there is no back of the property because the house is actually over the property line, and as I discussed, needs to be moved essentially to the property line. Therefore, any other development rights on the property would have to be in front of that existing structure.
So really, this is something that if somebody were to come to the city in this day and age and say, hey, I want to sell 30 by 50 feet of my lot, we probably wouldn't allow it.
That's right, and it wouldn't meet the minimum lot requirement. So again, in order to do that, we would have to grant a variance, which would, I don't know why.
To sell it in the first
I don't know
place.
under what circumstances we would do that, because you'd be creating a lot that may not be buildable in any way to have such a small lot, the 1,500 square foot lot.
If I may clarify, they can still sell, they just won't be able to build without meeting.
Is there anything on that property now?
I think there's a structure it's a non-habitable structure. It's a shop of some type, like a workshop. So
If we could ask that
it's
anybody-
a non-habitable structure, and I think we'll ask the applicant or property owner to clarify when they come up to the microphone. So anyway, we look at a lot of considerations with variances because it's not something that's easy to support. There really have to be special circumstances. In this case, there are a lot of unusual circumstances. The 2-foot setback from the side property line on the photo that I showed you, of the adjoining property, is set back substantially from the property line. So what we look for is making sure that we have, a minimum of 10 feet between structures, which is the objective of 5-foot side yard setbacks. In this case, the structure is well over 10 feet from the property line, which creates a significant distance between the two structures, exceeding that 10-foot setback requirement. And if this were not new construction, then, certainly they would have the right to come in and propose something closer to the property line. In this case, this is new construction of a recently approved project. Impact on surrounding properties. Again, these are issues that were outlined in the staff report and discussed by the Historic District Commission. Most of the second units in the Historic District are detached. In this case, it's attached by a breezeway to the primary dwelling. It doesn't change the standards or regulations that apply relative to, the other components or design of the project, but the minimum lot size requirement and the setback is what's in question before us tonight. And then in the area directly across the street, there were more intensive uses as commercial and multifamily. So those were the reasons that staff initially recommended support of the project, and the Historic District Commission granted it. It was not a unanimous decision. It was a 3-2-1 vote, 1 abstention, 3-4, and 2 opposed. So it was, it wasn't a clear-cut decision at the Historic District Commission level. And the last item that I will touch on is the fee waiver, just to
What was
remind.
the basis for the abstention?
Proximity, I believe.
Okay.
City Council Resolution 9600 established the appeal fee. They're intended to cover the city costs associated with processing of that appeal. Only this city council has the authority to waive those. We didn't have specific justification provided, and we're recommending denial of that request for a fee waiver. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to the appellant.
Thank you for your time. Before I get started on the presentation, I'd like to make a statement about some things that have come up. I have not spoken to or coordinated any part of this appeal or the merits of this appeal with any council members or any city organization. It seems this appeal has revealed political disagreements I have no knowledge of, and I am sorry they have been brought into this matter. Please listen to my presentation and consider the facts of the presentation. I agree with the applicant's right to seek and improve his property. I just happen to disagree with the planned ADU that's planned, and this is not a personal attack on him. Pam has stated what I'm requesting is for you to rescind the approval of the variance on the accessory dwelling unit, and requesting approval for the city council to refund the fee as it relates to this appeal. And for clarity, I noted a little bit of that. I'm seeking this appeal on my own and as a resident of the city of Folsom. So one of the things that I thought was interesting, I'm relatively new to the Historic District, I've been there almost 2 years, is that it is a unique place in Folsom in the region. And what I thought was was great to see today is we had 2 previous presentations that had significant content as it related to the Historic District of Folsom. So, within the city itself, the Historic District is a significant part of the different logos that relate to Folsom. There's I used to live in Lexington Hills, and from what I feel, there's a slightly greater sense of history, charm, and character that comes out of the Historic District that is not as true, at least as it applies to Lexington Hills, where I came from. And I liked Lexington Hills. I'm not trying to say anything bad about Lexington Hills. That was great for the time that I was there. But there's just something that's a little bit different, as you can see in the logos and the use of the content with other regional organizations. Also, I'm in support of the rear and side yard variances. I think those are needed because of the character of that unique property. I'm just opposed to the ADU variance. I'll talk a little bit about the reasons why I'm opposed to it, why I feel it doesn't meet the variance definitions, that I think that it's on a smaller lot than the city that's in the city code, and I think that's important. A significantly smaller lot, by the way. The non-conforming nature of the structure seems to violate the non-conforming code as I understand it, and the ADU itself, or the ADU in the building, doesn't meet the historic district guidelines. So this is just a perspective of what it's going to look like when it's done. So the request as it relates to the variances. So as I read exceptional or extraordinary circumstances or conditions, that's very true of the side and rear variances. You don't have a reasonable remodel without giving those variances, just because of how this thing was built a long time ago. And I think that's an interesting part of this lot in particular, is when you look at the access points, the size of the lot, that this isn't something that just happened yesterday. These are things that were done by design 50 or 60 years ago. So this is all well known. So to say that somehow that's extraordinary now, to me, it just isn't reasonable. So in terms of the extraordinary circumstances, I don't believe that applies to the ADU. This lot is just smaller. It's not exceptional, and it's not extraordinary. And that was by design of the owners and the people that created this lot back in the 60s. Granting of the application necessary for preservation and enjoyment of the substantial property rights. So again, I think the property line variations are very important to those property rights to be able to have a successful remodel of a single-story garage and a nice house that's being remodeled. But I don't think that you need. I don't think the ADU counts as anywhere along there that's necessary for the preservation of those rights. It's on a small lot. They knew going in that it was a small lot, and that it's still a small lot. Second units in the city code, as I understand, again, it talks about the 6,000 square foot lot. This is a 5,500 square foot lot. It says pretty clearly on there that they're not to be, that's not allowed. Shall only be located. To me, that's pretty clear. And down at the bottom, it also notes that there are design standards that the buildings and the property have to adhere to, that I'll talk to in a minute. Non-conforming structures. So again, as I understand this, all structures with legal non-conforming status may continue subject to all the following conditions. So one of those following conditions is non-conformity is not increased. So building an ADU on a below code lot size, less than code setback, seems to me that we're increasing the property's non-conformity. So to my belief that again, this seems to indicate that this ADU shouldn't be built. That in the historic district guidelines, development guidelines, in the design section, it talks about that accessory dwelling units must be visually unobtrusive. To me, that's obtrusive. That's a big structure sitting right next to another structure that's got a fence right next to it. That's pretty significant to me. When it talks about creating distance between structures, approving the 2-foot variance on the ADU seems like it just continues to build in the problem for distance between the structures. And it specifically states in here, it must know something about the historic district, that not every site will be suitable for a permanent second unit. So again, it seems to indicate that this just is not the right place for a second unit. So I'm looking for a favorable appeal vote, and it's based on these items, that it violates the city code for lot size by a significant amount, about 9%. That's pretty significant. I call it a shadow violation of city code for the ADU as it relates to the side yard setback, that ADU should be 5 feet, and this is 2 feet. Does not have solid ground related to 2 noted variance approval criteria, as I noted. The ADU is not necessary for reasonable property rights of the owner. The ADU should not be allowed because it's failing the non-conforming criteria, and the ADU violates the district guideline, the district design guidelines. So that's it.
Thank you. And do we have the applicant?
I need help. Thank you.
Mayor Holland, members, Robert G. Holderness appearing this evening on behalf of the applicant, Brian Martell, who is here present and who will also be making some presentation. Two preliminary matters, and I apologize to Paul for misspelling his last name in my initial submission to the City Council. I must have had a Paul Kirst in my former life, and I just transposed it, so my apologies on that. Secondly, I want to address the issue of the political issue that Paul sort of referred to. He represented to you that he did not discuss this matter with any city council member before he decided to submit an appeal, and he apparently did not discuss it with a council member in preparation of the appeal. I have no reason to disbelieve him or to believe that he's misrepresenting his conduct, and I will accept that at face value. However, I should note for the record that my client noted that after the hearing at the at the Historic District Commission, that council member Ernie Sheldon did powwow with this gentleman offline after Paul had told my client that he had no problems with the project, and that's the motivating event that led my client to believe that Mr. Sheldon had precipitated this appeal, which is mentioned in our paper, but is certainly not the centerpiece of our argument. Really, the centerpiece of our argument arises with the issue that the mayor referred to, and that is the unusual 1,500 square foot lot on the back of the late Madeline Mosley's home. I have not checked the record as to what the particulars are of that, but I had talked to Madeline Mosley during the period when she was having a dispute with Mr. Reed, and she told me that Andy Lane owned the property next to her at 910. Andy Lane owned the site, the 1,500 square foot site where the carpentry shop is, and Andy Lane owned the property that Madeline and her husband bought from him in the 1960s, I believe. That's the source of our allegation, is what Madeline told me about how the ownership was. She also told me that Andy Lane offered to sell her the carpentry shop and parcel, the 1,500 square feet, as well as the home as a separate sale. And she and her husband just felt they didn't have any use for it, so they didn't buy it. Little did they know what would blossom from that decision many years later. But that's a key factor, because that in large part governs my client's project. He's forced by court order to cut off the back 2 feet of his property, to ask the city for a variance in order to do that. And he wants to put a granny flat on the property, but he can't very well put it on Madeline's house. It's not designed for a second floor. It's a house that was built 60-some years ago. He used practical wisdom to say he would have to put a garage somewhere else and put the granny flat on top of the garage, and that's the gist of his proposal. The 2-foot setback on the side, Madeline didn't build the house 2 feet from the property line. Andy Lane apparently built it because he owned both 910 and 908 and 908.5. Why he built it that close to the property line, only Andy could say, and I understand he's passed away, so we don't know. But a key factor that was presented to the HDC is that the neighbor who bought Andy's property, who built that large yellow building that the mayor referred to, he actually built his building about 12 feet from the property line. So even though the application is for a variance to be able to continue the 2 feet setback instead of going to 5 feet, it's in fact 14 feet from the other person's property, which the city's policy of 5 feet on each side is more than satisfied in fact, and that's why a variance makes sense. The issue of the square footage is a product of Andy Lane's adding the carpentry shop as a separate lot. That's a peculiar and unusual circumstance. It's an exceptional circumstance. The HDC acknowledged that, and that was, I'm confident, was a key component to their agreement to put the granny flat atop the garage. They couldn't put it behind the house. Brian and his wife didn't own that property. They had to put it atop the garage, which is what they did. There's no injury to the public health and safety, which is one of the standards that your staff has told you that you have to, that the HDC had to find and that you should confirm. These are exceptional circumstances, and my client simply is seeking to vindicate the property rights that others within that district have, and that we submit he's entitled to that. And certainly there's no grave injury to the appellant or anyone else by virtue of this. He has sufficient parking for the granny flat on site. Your staff has acknowledged that in your report to you. The neighbor that built the big yellow house, so far as my client knows, is not complaining about his improvements. That's the only person who might have a specific complaint. And so it's hard to see why there's a problem here. The real problem is the appellant doesn't understand that the reason a variance is requested is because the property doesn't fit the 6,000-foot minimum standard. The way he interprets the law is there is no such thing as a variance. If you don't meet the regulation, the Folsom Municipal Code provision that he cited, you're out scout. The whole purpose of a variance is to deal with situations where people need a variance in order to vindicate their property rights. I've got a few minutes left, and I'd like to ask Brian to come up, and he has a few words to mention to the council about his project.
Thanks, Bob. Hey, when my wife and I, we set forth on this adventure to build this historic house and remodel the existing house that Madeline had, we wanted to keep the historic preservation in mind. We own a couple other residents down there that we value the historic district. Like the appellant said, Mr. Keys, he said he used to live in Lexington Hills. I live there now. At some point, we hope to live in the historic district. So the value of the historic value is very, very important to us. So when we sat down with the architects, the drawings don't do justice. You guys probably have some drawings that you guys can see there. We have set forth to actually have dimensions that's going to be very, I don't want to say equal, but unique to Alex's property that would be to the south. You know, Alex spent well over $1 million on the property next door. We don't want to build a house that's not going to look or going to be detrimental to his value. And so the historic, I want to say architecture is very, very important to us. I also want to point out that there are several homes in the historic district that are under or on lots under 6,000 square feet that have been granted variances for granny flats. So this is not out of the norm. When we sat down the first go-round with plans, we made it stand out where the granny flat was kind of standalone, and then the residence was going to be in the back to try to mimic Alex's property to the south. City staff said, you know what, it's more important for us to join the structures to make it look like one unit. What we were very adamant about is making sure that the granny flat on the ground level looks like a residence. We even offered to put a front door on the garage to make it look like when you drove by, you wouldn't think you're looking at a garage. And so those details were very important to us. And if you guys have any architectural input on the building, we would love to hear that. You know, we're not against changing the architecture to make it fit within the community. I know that was Mr. Keith's one of his first issues when he got up here. And I was very surprised because at the last meeting, he said, I don't have any issues with your project. I just want to make sure that the historic preservation with the architecture was left in place. So I look forward to you guys' comments, and I know that there's going to be comments from the public as well. But I appreciate your guys' time tonight. Thanks so much.
Thanks. And we have 4 requests to speak. The first is Joseph Duffy, then Paul Reed, then Jennifer Lane, then Thomas Keegan. So if you guys could kind of make your way down to the front. Those after Mr. Duffy.
Hello, my name is Joseph Duffy, resident. I live at 801 Percifer Street. I walk by the area in question pretty much every day and have walked by there for years. I really don't think any of those variances that were granted should have been granted. Unfortunately, I wasn't at the meeting or anything else. When they talk about cutting off 2 feet of the house, and for the legal aspect of it, I understand that, and then giving a variance for the 6 inches, I can even understand that. But once you add on to a building, then those variances don't apply to what's new. It should just apply to what was existing. And they want to continue new construction. And the granny flat, even though it's a non-detached building connected by a roof, they want to make that, like the other gentleman said, and non-conforming too. And I guess the bottom line is what got me here was when I walked by and I read about having to pay the dudes, the Mr. Kirst, fee. He wanted that wavered, and I thought, you know, I really don't want my tax dollars to pay for stuff like that, because it's not right. He knew what he bought when he bought that. They even own the lot next door, I believe, and there's an accessory structure there, and that accessory structure even has connections tied to the house that they want to remodel. It has utilities that tie to it. I just kind of wonder what's going to happen to that lot and what variances they're going to ask for when they get to that point. But I hope you do not grant the variance, and I hope you rescind, and I hope you do not grant him his appeal on the fees. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Reed.
Hello. I think I'm going to need an extra minute or two to give some context because there seems to be kind of a marginalization of the property that I own, 908.5, which I've owned since 2007 and was in litigation for 7 years at the cost of $200,000 to resolve to get to where we are right now. That was part of the 1855 map. The dwelling on that parcel predates the house that was eventually the Mosley property. The owner lived in this little place that I have before they built that the Mosley house. Call it the Mosley house just because everybody can reference that. Back in 1954, Andy Lane didn't build the dwelling on our parcel, and as far as I know, Andy and Madeline, they bought the properties and got secession from a lady named Etta Lane. I bought the property from Andy specifically. So to clear up any ambiguity, that lot is as historic as the town itself, and the dwelling predates the dwelling that they want to remodel. That said, My interest is, and as Pam stated, there's an encroachment issue, and that was part of the litigation. And there was a settlement, and this settlement stated, and I gave you guys a copy, but I'll just read it real quick, just so everybody's on the same page. This was an amended agreement to the global settlement of the whole court case. Mr. Holder's familiar with it. He advised Mrs. Mosley at different times unsuccessfully since she lost and we had to sue for malicious prosecution. So she got a lot of bad advice. But here, whereas the parties do not dispute the Mosley resident encroaches on the Reed's property. Then at the bottom, the Mosley resident on lot 908 Bidwell shall be demolished or removed outside the encroachment area no later than 120 days after the close of escrow, at no cost to the plaintiffs, which was me. That 120 days ended January 31st, 2019. Now, I tried to work with Brian and Mo. They told me a lot of different stories of what they were going to do with the property. Originally, they were going to just remove the encroachment, let an employee live there, and it evolved into this whole project. They've got people living there now. Again, so there's a certain liability because they're technically on part of my property also. There's no consent on my part for them to live there. They're technically trespassing at that point because they haven't removed the encroachment. I confirmed with the city that they can get an encroachment or a permit to demolish that area separate from this project because it's a separate issue. It says right here, the subsequent purchaser of the Mosley property, Mo Harani, agrees to be bound by this agreement. Okay, so I don't think they ever intended to do it. I think they intended to do what they wanted at their time frame. And like I said, I tried to work with them, and here we are 6 months later. And I had plans to do a lot of improvement on that parcel myself to clean it up, but I'm losing the summer to do it. Then I read here from Brian, who hired Mr. Holderness here, and you know, some of this stuff is just fiction if you want to do the history on the secession of the parcels and all that. The reason I'm familiar with it because I spent a lot of money getting this right. But right here, how the court reads a conclusion can now be this, the same court requiring this applicant remove the back. Okay, it's kind of muddy the waters. At this stage, applicant is fully accepting of the court decision and is prepared to move the building back 2 feet once he has cleared the curse matter, as should be apparent from the application of the demolition permit. I haven't seen any demolition permit. I've asked them to show me a demolition permit, and they're tying this matter, the 120 days, which passed 5 months ago, to this remodel. So my input for the city council to consider here is you're dealing with a person who's disingenuous, who's not honoring their purchase agreement, and you're trying to vote on something of an approval when there's still a pending defect on both our properties. Because if I sold my property or they sold their property, there's a defect, this encroachment. And that's what led to all this court issues to begin with. So, you know, what they want to do with the building is not my concern. I believe they're going to improve the property, and that improves the neighborhood. And I've told them that, and I support that. But my problem is the fact that they're trying to string me along into this matter when it's a whole separate unit, and I believe you guys shouldn't encourage that by going along with this approval process until they've shown that they've completed the court agreement to remove that 2 feet. Now, he's got people living there, and that's a problem probably to get them out in time, but that's not my concern.
Okay, all right, thanks, Mr. Reed.
Okay?
Thank you. Jennifer Lane.
I'm here tonight because I want our neighborhood to continue to have character and integrity, and we're losing it desperately with variances here and there constantly. That's why we come to these meetings at the HDC, because we know that they're violating what shouldn't be happening in our neighborhood. So I just want to say, there are 2 lots on Madeline's property. One lot belongs to Mo, somebody, and the other lot belongs to Brian. So 2 lots one lot was sold and they split it, I guess, because the other side, Mo's side, that doesn't have this problem with the house on Paul's property has a garage on it or a carport. Yes, there are people living in it.
I'm just going to ask people, please, not to be yelling stuff from the audience.
So-
Jennifer has the floor.
Andy Lane Jr. is my plumber, very good plumber, and has been for 25 years, 30 years. And I asked him about which property did his dad own. He told me his dad never owned Madeline Mosley's property. He owned the land on the west side that's just been built on, and then he owns the property next to that, and then the property on the corner. And now that's in the, that's his ex-wife, who's still alive, owns those properties. So what Paul had to say about the 18-something property, that's all true according to Andy Lane Jr. I really think that this council should, in the city, should give us guidelines that are sufficient and that work, that are not just guidelines, that are the rules of the game. I worked with Loretta McMasters probably 25 years
Jennifer,
ago
are you talking
on the
about the historic
guidelines.
district guidelines?
Yes, I am.
That's really kind of a separate issue. What happened, happened.
You know what? It's factual now because these variances are changing the integrity of our neighborhood. That's what's happening.
Jennifer, my only point there was that historic district guidelines are historic district guidelines.
They're
because the
guidelines, and
council
that's your point.
In 1999 or 2000, whatever year that was, there was not 3 votes to adopt them as standards. I'm sure you remember that.
Well, we need to work on that still because our neighborhood is changing dramatically. As a resident, I can tell you that I do not want to lose our identity because of variances. There are way too many. And by the way, the appellant, the last man that spoke about that, the appellant had to pay $458 while the applicant only had to pay $250. Why this discrepancy? Why aren't they the same for both parties? So, lot size is a big deal in the historic district as well. You can't just keep giving variances. If the property's too small, it's too small. If it's on the line, it's on the line. We love our historic district. I mean, it's all about the historic district in Folsom, but we are changing it, and it's ruining our neighborhood. Thanks.
Thanks, Jennifer. Thomas Keegan.
Good evening. Thanks for taking the time to address this issue. 19-year resident of Folsom. I drive down Bidwell every morning after dropping my kids off at school. I really appreciate the house that was built just to the left of the 908 property. It looks like it's beautiful, and it's really, to me, added charm. Maybe not in a historic context, but it looks great. And I'm hoping that what Mr. Martell wants to do with the resident next door will do the same thing. I understand the concerns. My big thing here is that these were addressed with the council, the historic council already, and it was voted on, it was approved. The appellant brought this action forward, basically said that he was okay with some of the variances other than the granny flat / garage to the front. And I would bring your attention to the house to the right of 908. And I've got a picture that I pulled off of Google Earth today. And if that's what you want, because you don't want a garage on the front of the house, and you want trailers and cars parked in front of that house, because that adds charm to our city, I'd say we probably need to go back and readdress what we're looking for. So I would ask that you approve or you deny the appeal and let the Martell House go forward as planned, as approved by the Historic Commission already. Thank you.
Thank you. So, those were all of the public comment cards. So now, the appellant has an opportunity for 5 minutes to the city council, to be followed by the applicant.
Thank you again. I just want to go back and restate the reasons. No matter what's been said, still lot size is too small. There's still a problem with having a second dwelling unit 2 feet from the other person's line. And just so everybody gets calibrated, this is 2 feet. So the person who's living in that is going to be this far from the property line. So I thought that was important. Again, the variance is still, it still violates the variances as I see. It's not necessary for the reasonable property rights. I think that's pretty important. The ADU should not be allowed because of the non-conforming criteria. It seems to increase the non-conforming criteria. That would seem to be pretty significant as well. And it does violate the district design guidelines. Also, a couple of things. I've heard Poor Andy Lane be brought up. I've heard this 1,500 square foot lot be brought up. And all of this happened 55 years ago. So it's 55 years ago that we're talking about something that happened. And we're kind of disparaging somebody who I'm told is now dead. And we're blaming it on a 1,500 square foot lot. This was all done by design. Somebody decided that this was going to be 1,500 and somebody decided this was going to be 5,500. There's no surprise as it comes into when the property was sold in approximately 2018. I thought I was pretty clear that I did understand what variances are because I said I approve of the 2 lot, the back and the side lot variances, and I didn't agree with the ADU variance. And again, I support a nice remodeled single family residence with a nice garage without a second story granny. So, I mean, I think I'm pretty clear in terms of what I think is good about, that property. And I would like to thank you guys for putting up with this. This has been interesting to me for sure in terms of some of the mail that I've gotten. And I want to thank the people that have helped me with this and their support. So thank you.
Thanks, Paul.
Mayor, thanks for your patience in the long hearing. A couple things that I think I need to note for the record. The description of the history of the property that I provided you was provided to me by the former owner, the late Madeline Mosley. I did not, as I told you, I did not go to the records to confirm her version of events, but what I told you is exactly what she told me. She told me that it was Andy Lane who owned that, who offered the carpentry shop property as well. I know Mr. Reed doesn't like that version of events. He shouldn't really be too excised about it. I do need to say I did not represent Madeline Mosley in the matter in which she was found guilty of malicious prosecution. That was a lawyer from Guy Gibson's law firm here in Folsom who represented her. What I did is I got her an insurance defense counsel to represent her in that case after the case had fallen in the pot, so to speak. But what's important is you're being asked to adopt the second guessing of Mr. Duffy, of the appellant, and others, Jennifer Lane, but that isn't really your job. Your job is to ask yourself, did the approval of the variances by the Historic District Commission meet your ordinances, the 3 standards that your staff told you about? Did they meet it? Is there any evidence that the Historic District Commission abused their discretion when they concluded that those 3 criteria were met and therefore that the variances were appropriate, the 2-foot side variance and the variance for the granny flat, even though the lot is only 5,500 feet, not 6,000 feet. I mean, and the last one is that you have to ask yourself, have they established that the conclusion of the Historic District Commission was clearly illegal, and they haven't. To the contrary, the code shows that the Historic District Commission has the authority to grant variances. They did so. There's no abuse of discretion. There's no illegality. All there is that the appellant and Mr. Duffy and Ms. Lane disagree with that decision. That's not a sufficient basis for overturning that decision. You should affirm it. They haven't presented substantial evidence, facts, or law to support rejecting the decision of your Historic District Commission. Thank you very much.
And one last thing, I know that, Paul Reed, who, we've been trying to work with on removing the structure. At the very beginning, when we started this process, I asked city staff if we could move the structure, and their response to me was, not until you go through the entitlement process. Up until this week, I was told that by city staff that I could not go ahead and apply for a demo permit. That did change, and I went ahead and I did file. Pam Johns allowed me to submit my application for the demo. So that is in process, and hopefully we'll get that done. And the folks that are living there came upon hard times, and I just want to go on the record with it. They had no place to live, and I'm letting them live there for free until I get the demo permit acknowledged and take the building down. So thank you guys for your times, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Do the council members have any questions of staff?
And before any questions are asked, Madam Mayor, if I may clarify your role in hearing this appeal as a council body. In hearing this appeal, you're to hear the appeal de novo, which means you're going to hear everything and decide everything in the appeal anew, fresh, without any regard or consideration for how the commission voted, what the votes were, how they consider the matters. It's entirely brand new before you. You can make your own independent assessment, form your own opinion, make your own decision. You're not bound by the commission's actions.
Thank you. You may ask your question.
To keep you straight. Before we get in, can I respond to the letter that Bob Holdness wrote and made allegations as to my conduct?
Yes, you
Am I
may.
allowed
Yes,
to do that?
Councilmember Sheldon, please. With the permission of the mayor, of course.
Yes, can we just keep it kind of short? I don't want to have an hour-long discussion where you and Bob yell at each other.
We won't do that.
Otherwise, you can take it in the parking lot.
He's too old. It'd be elder abuse. Okay, first of all, the
I do
allegation.
think you got a couple of years on Bob, just saying, so.
Yeah, he doesn't recognize seniority rights. First of all, the question of why, Brian, I was outside when you came out with your partner, and you were on the far side going down the thing. I was standing on the other side. Paul was there, Jennifer there, Cindy Ferris was there, and they were talking. Who was I talking to? I was talking to Kevin Newell, and I was complimenting Kevin Newell on his attitude and his conduct and how he asked the questions. I had nothing to do with the discussion between Jennifer, Cindy, and Paul. Nothing, okay? Also, in Robert's letter, you indicated that $75,000 of the purchase price, which implied that you purchased for 180. The actual transaction, your partner purchased that property for $330,000. He then turned around and sold your lot for $180,000 and kept the other one, I assume, for $150,000. That's a transaction with money. But the $75,000, the money that Madeline donated to the organization I belong to, the Folsom Athletic Association, was already in the bank in May. You did your transactions in August. So to allege that that money from that transaction came in to pay it off, Madeline said about 7 different places, and she had different banks that she had different money. The money that went to these FAA turned out to be $59,000 rather than $65,000, which was on the will. That's because of court costs. Okay, it was in the bank before you even took the transaction. So, Robert, I don't know where you get your information. It's completely wrong. So I just wanted to clarify that as far as, and when you made your allegation, Brian, about me, I don't have to call counsel Mr. Keys. He's a retired Intel employee and very bright, like most Intel employees are. He doesn't need my advice. Okay, but on council, when I went up and answered your allegation that I should be dismissed, I went up and talked to the city man and told him exactly what I did. If you remember, part of your allegation was that I was sitting next to Paul Keys in the back of the room. I was sitting next to Mark, my utility, no, I'll get it.
He's standing right back there. Mark Moore, wave your hand.
Mark Moore, okay, Mark Moore was sitting next to me. It was not Paul. Paul was in the front. Paul was sitting next to me. Okay, I just want you to know, okay? Yeah. Well, I'm saying what was I went up and answered to the attorney based on what you said.
Okay, gentlemen. Okay, Ernie, do you have any other questions?
Well, yeah, on the project itself.
If you have questions on the projects, that's great.
Okay, I'll do it now. First of all, the argument, as I understand it, is the granny flat that will be one of the only one, any sitting in the front of the lot. The granny flat in Old Town has been going in the back of the house, it's not in the front of the house. Okay?
Stop, guys.
Okay, this is my...
Ernie, you need to be asking questions of staff, not Brian or Bob or...
I'm
Okay.
just speaking, he's answering.
Okay. And Brian, you need to be quiet, please.
Okay, first of all, the granny flat in contention that it's not unique is in the front of the house. The granny flats in Old Town are in the back of the house, not in the front of the house. Okay? Second is that I feel in my mind the difference about you demolishing that building.
Ernie, this is not going to be a back and forth between you and Brian or you and Bob.
Okay, I'll talk to Pam.
No, the objective is to ask questions of our staff.
But you want to know what I...
No, or I asked if you had any questions of our staff.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I have some questions.
Please.
There was suggestion that perhaps there's some splitting of this individual lot that has taken place. Is that actually true, or are we dealing with the single lot that the house is proposed to be expanded and added to on?
We're dealing with the single lot.
Thank you very much. The expansion and new construction on that lot, will it force them to comply with the current building code as it relates to interior fire sprinkling, to your knowledge?
I don't know if sprinkling would be required, but they will be required to comply with the building code for the new portions of the house or renovated portions of the house where they are tearing down and rebuilding, for example, a wall. That wall would have to comply with no building code requirements.
Okay, thank you. Are there a preponderance of lots that are smaller than 6,000 square feet in the historic district that this might create some kind of oppressive precedent?
I can't quantify that for you. I know there are a number. I don't know what that number is and what the development potential is on those properties. So I can't answer that definitively.
Okay. Thank you.
So on that question, do you see, in your opinion, that could be the case, that this does set a precedence going forward where everything becomes unprecedented and extraordinary?
Variances are not intended to set precedent. They're intended to be looked at on a case-by-case basis, and certainly the historic district is where most of the variance requests are applied for, and it's where most of the variance requests are granted, and in large part because we have a lot of existing non-conforming uses and structures in that area of the city.
And so with regards to the encroachment issue, it was directed to from staff to not handle that until this issue was taken care of, or?
I can't confirm that because the staff planner is on vacation. I did talk to Mr. Martell yesterday, and he explained that information had given to him by my staff. I gave him different direction, which was to say, yes, you can apply for the demolition permit, and then he did submit the demolition permit yesterday afternoon, and I just told Mr. Reed that we did get the application. I haven't looked at it. I don't know any of the details about it, but I will follow up with Mr. Reed tomorrow.
And the objective is to demo that piece, abide by the court order, and then develop or remodel the property in question, right?
The demolition has to happen by court order regardless of whether any of the rest of the project is approved.
I think that's all I have. Thanks.
Sarah.
I just want to clarify some things first in terms of the side yard variance. So if the property owner just wanted to remodel the existing structure, no variance is needed, it's within 2 feet, but that's grandfathered in. But they're wanting to add on to that, which requires a variance. And in addition, they're wanting to do the garage with the granny flat, that as well requires a variance.
That's correct. Any new portion of this structure cannot create additional nonconformity, so that's what requires the variance approval in order to extend the existing house further, into that same encroachment and the new structure into that encroachment of the 5-foot required side yard setback.
Just a point of clarification, though, because I'm getting a little bit confused, because you said that the variance was required for the remodel of the existing house.
Because they're adding on to it.
No, but well, let me finish my question. My understanding was that the variance was required for the remodel of the existing house because there's the back and side setbacks don't meet the minimum requirement. But there was a variance for that, but that the appeal, that portion of the variance is not included as part of the appeal.
Correct. The appeal is just for the second unit portion, as Mr. Keast identified both in his letter and at the microphone this evening, that he's not in opposition of the variance that extends the existing house by several feet. He is opposed to that same extension applying to the garage and second unit portion of the building.
Okay, and one other question. How many parking spaces are there at the house now?
Right now, there's no structured parking, so there's no dedicated parking, but there's parking done on site, right? Under the new proposal, there would be two
I don't recall. Is there like a long driveway there?
Yes, there's a long driveway. There's no garage structure.
I've been there a few times, but I parked on the street and walked up. No, it was when I went there, I parked on the street and walked up.
Right, so under the proposal, they would have a 2-car garage, which is what's required under the current code.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, if I may also further clarify, according to the letter of the appeal, the appellant, Mr. Keast, has no issue with the garage, only the second unit piece. Yes.
Okay, so you had referenced the fact that the renderings that were provided may not be accurate on that left side if you're looking at the house. Because if the house is within 3 feet or something like that of the property line, can you have windows and doors on that? Or is that why they have that firewall in the back?
That's why they have the firewall in the back, and they will have to comply with building code requirements. So if you sprinklered a building, you may be able to have an opening, but the strict read and interpretation in talking with our building official is no opening on that wall. So That came up at the Historic District Commission, and we talked about the fact that there's a condition that requires the structure to comply with the building code requirements. So that may need to be redesigned on the wall that's within that anything less than a 3-foot setback from the property line would have to have fire rating.
So that would affect the addition to the existing house plus the new garage and granny flat?
Yes, likely.
Okay. So if you're at 910 and you're looking at 908, it's possible you're just seeing a blank wall.
For the new portion.
Right, okay. Is there anything in city code or in the historic district guideline that says that if you have an accessory dwelling unit, that at least one of those units has to be owner occupied?
There's no owner occupancy requirement in the historic district.
What about in the historic district guidelines?
I do not believe there's owner occupancy requirement in the guidelines, but
In
I'll
fact,
I'll
when we
double check.
talked about that ordinance that addresses that issue, I tried to get that included in the ordinance, and I think a previous city attorney said it was illegal in California.
We do have an owner occupancy requirement for second units outside of the historic district, but not within the historic district.
Okay, I think okay. So per city code and the historic district guidelines, when you are making changes to a non-conforming structure, is there some requirement or expectation that you are going to increase the conformity? Is that a term? I don't even know.
I assume yes, but I guess the argument could be made that you could, re-roof a structure without changing any exterior walls that doesn't improve the conformity, right? I mean, I think you can do improvements that there's no delta in the nonconformity, right? Not all of them have to expand the square footage, and sometimes the nonconformity is about use or occupancy and not necessarily the structure.
Okay, but specifically, what about when you're adding on or adding another?
The intent is that you would not make a nonconforming use more nonconforming.
Okay. Do the historic district guidelines say anything about the design of an accessory dwelling unit in terms of, placement on the lot? Can it be in front of the main structure? Can it be taller than the main structure?
There are a whole lot of provisions in the guidelines. Some of them are required and some of them are, shoulds, and they are different in each sub area. So I can look up the details, but not a prohibition about the location in this sub area, or that would have been flagged as a requirement for a variance.
Okay. Did the Historic District Commission consider the Historic District guidelines when they were?
Yes, and that's part of the analysis that's presented to them in the staff report. That's always part of our analysis that we provide to them.
Okay. So are there other lots in the Historic District that are kind of split like this, if you will, where one doesn't go all the way through to the alley?
Certainly, yes.
Okay. And so,
Not in this neighborhood, though, because that was part of the staff report, not on Bidwell Street. Everybody else has access to the alley.
okay, and so what is it that makes this rise to the level of being extraordinary or exceptional, and it's not just a smaller than average lot?
The Historic District Commission findings, I think I summarized them on the slide, had primarily to do with the condition of the surrounding lots, the existing structure and limit on the access and location of the existing structure on the site. Let me see what else was in there.
While she's looking at that, Mr. Ron, can I ask you a question? If I have the Historic District guidelines here right now, am I allowed to look at those and consider those when making this decision?
Yes, of course, madam.
Okay. Because I think what they say conflicts what you think they say. Okay, and then maybe Mr. Wong for you, is there any mention in our city code, if somebody does appeal, is there any condition or criteria in which we would waive or refund the application fee?
With respect to the second request by the applicant, it is within the council's discretion to grant or deny the fee waiver request. The council set and adopted fees, the council can waive fees, staff cannot. That's the council's discretion.
Okay. So, I think, and I guess we'll have to confirm this, it was my understanding that in the Historic District Guidelines, Chapter 4.07, that when you have an accessory dwelling unit, at least one unit must be owner occupied. It's possible I'm not reading that correctly. Chapter 4.07.01, I think Mr. Keys referred to this, a design must be visually unobtrusive. Chapter 4.07.09, an accessory dwelling unit may not exceed the height requirement of the primary area or sub-area in which it is located. A detached accessory unit should be lower in height than the primary structure when viewed from the street. So those are just the ones I need clarification on.
I know that there's a number of
And I don't know what
accessory
sub-area we're in.
dwelling units all over the historic district where the accessory unit is taller than the house.
Yeah, there's exceptions to a lot of those provisions, and they're just not all in the same place, so it's going to take me a few minutes to pull all of that together.
Okay, thank you.
I believe what you just said is true, but since the state changed the rule on you can't stop, that's been ignored. Okay?
But we still are allowed to have a minimum lot requirement
Yes.
size, right?
Yes.
Any other questions?
I got a question to the city attorney.
It is important for me to follow up with Councilmember Sheldon's explanation, which is entirely accurate. To the extent that a second dwelling unit application is presented to the city that satisfied all the standards in the code, the review and approval process is ministerial, which means that would never come before a commission or the council for discretionary consideration. And hence, you do see, as Councilmember Sheldon indicated, you do see a lopsided, what appears to be lopsided secondary dwelling unit being built, where the second unit is bigger than the primary unit.
It's taller.
Taller.
It's not necessarily bigger.
From the
It's taller.
massing, correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, taller than the primary unit. Yes, ma'am.
My question to you, Steve, there's no discussion on, when we talk about lot line, distances between the facility and the lot line, the distance between buildings on one lot and another lot does not come into bearing, does it?
That is correct. That is not, it's not relevant to the lot line issue. It is relevant to the
It's relevant to building codes, and it's
issue.
relevant to
Correct.
building codes and fire safety.
Correct.
That's why we have it, so that you end up with a minimum of 10 feet
Oh, I
between
understand, but you
buildings.
can't say 12 here and 2 here, that's 14 feet.
No, but the point is, as from a construction standpoint, the objective is to have a minimum of 10 feet. That's why the setbacks are set the way they are. It relates to the building code.
But the variance is on the lot line, not the
Well,
house next
but I
door.
think the point that staff was making is that you end up with the walls being 14 feet away from each other.
Fine. But you can't count one side for the other side.
No, They were only making the point that it has to, the code says it should be 10 feet, and it's 14. So, does anybody have any other questions? Does anybody want to make a motion?
So with regards to 4.07.09 on height, Councilmember Aquino brought up, how does that weigh into this decision with approval initially?
It is part of your consideration.
Well, how did it weigh in prior with staff if there were developed plans on this specific guidelines?
I'm reading the staff report presented to the Historic District Commission, And from an aesthetic perspective, the way the second unit is proposed and cited, it appears that it's integrated to such a extent that you do not see it as a second unit from the street. That's how the staff addressed that issue. So if it's not seen as a second unit, it's integrated with the primary. If it's separate from the primary, then you would see.
And that's, okay.
Secondary.
But it goes back to the point that Steve made a couple minutes ago, that because of the changes in state law, we have very little ability to do anything about that. And there's a number of units in the historic district right at this moment where the second unit, because it's built above a garage, is taller than the single-family home.
Correct, but because this particular proposal does not fall within the parameters of city standards, that's why you are now, or the commission was, but you are now also tonight, able to evaluate the second unit proposal.
Okay.
If it fell within the parameters of the city code, you would not even see it.
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
Can I make a comment on the fees? Because I was asked the question of why was the difference between 455 and 250? I didn't have the answers. I came to the city attorney and said, would he go and check when that happened and why, what was the background before the differences? We didn't find anything that described the difference other than a set of fees, just annual fees coming up. And I think where the applicant asked for a waiver of all fees, I think the thing I would like to commit the council to consider, make the fees equal regardless how it comes out.
Ernie, I think the difference is that and I know the history of why we made the change to the appeal fee. The difference is that the applicant has to pay that fee, they have to pay plan check fees, they have to pay the engineer, the architect, whoever's doing the design fees. So we're talking tens of thousands of dollars that's actually paid for the project proponent or the applicant. And we went through a fairly significant period where anything that was coming for approval was getting appealed, because the appeal fee used to be $25. So we did that to reduce the amount of projects that were being appealed, because as we know from the number of emails that we've gotten, staff has spent a significant amount of time on this project.
Yeah,
So,
but
I mean, if you want to make a proposal to waive the appeal fee, I have no problem with that. I just wanted to provide some
I
clarification.
don't want to waive it because you have to pay for what you did, but I want to make the playing ground even, okay? And when you
But
say.
they pay a whole bunch of other money in separate from that fee.
Yeah, but a developer, be it an individual or a company, has more resources than a individual. I mean,
Okay,
it's not
but
fair.
Ernie, if you're talking about plans for a house, they're paying thousands of dollars in plan check fees, so that's money that's deferring the cost of our staff. Plus, they're paying over and above that, they're paying a whole bunch of other fees. So I don't have a problem with there being a difference in the $250 portion of what is otherwise tens of thousands of dollars versus the $458 as a general policy statement to reduce the number of appeals that we're getting.
We don't get many.
We used to get a lot of them.
Well, $25.
They were $25 apiece, so we got a lot of them, and staff spent a lot of time in dealing with them.
$455. All I'm saying, make the playing ground even, and that's our discretionary
Well,
right.
but that's not what we're here to discuss tonight, so that's a discussion for another day.
Actually, is what we're here
It
to
is.
discuss today.
The
It's
way
part of it.
No, the request was, are we going to waive the fee or not waive the fee? We're not having a discussion about changing the fees for applicants versus
No,
appeals.
okay, but I'm talking about, we do have the discretion.
We can have that
can-
conversation later, but that's not on the agenda.
Well, no. It is part of the agenda.
The agenda item is, do we waive the fee or not waive the fee in this instance? What you're
Correct.
talking about changing the fees, that's a separate agenda item for another day.
No, you can't do that. You can make an
Steve,
amendment to
please
this.
save me here.
If I may, Madam Mayor, I think Madam Mayor and Councilmember Sheldon may be talking about the same things. The item before you tonight, one of the two asks is to waive the appeals fee for this particular appeal, not to consider equalizing two different sets of fees, which can be considered by the council at a future agenda's meeting. And allow me to follow up with Councilmember Sheldon's comments. Through the good work of the city clerk's office, we were able to dig through records, dig through some quite older records back to 1993. We were able to find the two different fees. We just could not find the reasons for those fees. And hence, the Madam Mayor's institutional knowledge is helpful.
So there isn't a way that one of us can motion that not to waive the fee entirely, but make it equal?
Not tonight.
Not tonight.
Yeah.
For the
Tonight is
specific
only
thing.
to waive or not to waive this
Okay.
appeals fee.
It doesn't make sense to me, I'm sorry. That's ridiculous.
I got you. Yes, sir. I'm trying to protect you as well.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion. I make a
Okay.
motion to, on the appeal, to approve the appeal.
You want to uphold the appeal? Do we have a second for that?
Allow me to clarify. So uphold appeal means to overturn the Historic District Commission's
That's
decision
correct.
to approve the variances for the second dwelling unit.
Correct.
Right.
That's
Do we have a second for that motion?
I will second it.
Okay, any further discussion?
I would like to make a couple of comments before we vote on that, if that's okay, with regard to that suggested motion. For those of you that have talked to me in the past, you know that I was trained as an architect, and people, for good or bad, have relied on me to make design recommendations to them. And I'd like to comment on a couple of things regarding this project in particular. The 6,000 square foot line that's drawn in the sand in the municipal code is somewhat arbitrary, and if not entirely arbitrary, okay? The fact that an accessory dwelling unit has been proposed versus just a large, tall house on that lot means that you could build the exact same volume at the exact same height in the exact same configuration with a ministerial approval, but for the setback issue, okay? So I think that a lot of things have been thrown around tonight that are secondary to the real issue at hand, which is that we are ruling on something that is relatively arbitrary. We are taking into consideration some design decisions that have been made that actually are very, very sensitive to the neighborhood, in my estimation. One being that if you were to just take the existing house as it is, extend it and add a garage to the front of it so that you could have access and have a garage, the 2-foot setback issue is not an issue for anybody in this room, apparently. That's been made fairly clear through our discussions. The fact that you want to stack some additional space on top of that garage has opened up a whole bunch of can of worms here. So I think that the fact that the lot is 9% short of the magic 6,000 square feet is
And if you add to that, we've got other neighborhoods where the lot size is only 4,500.
It's almost irrelevant in my mind.
Yeah.
The fact that, and Mr. Keast, you brought this, you reminded me of this having lived in Lexington Hills. I frequently have made the joke that most people in Folsom live in a house that is attached to a garage, and that the first thing when you see when you drive up is the garage. So the decision to site the garage the way that it is, with it turned to the side lot line with an entrance to the side, is actually very sensitive to the street appearance of that street frontage, and its setback will ultimately match up with the house immediately next to it. Its massing is very similar, so your illustration actually showed that. In order to be able to have that side access to the garage, you need some space to be able to turn a vehicle to get into the garage. So having it tight to that side lot line actually is a sensible thing to do. And I return to the decision that But for the accessory dwelling unit, this wouldn't be really an issue for anybody. So I would suggest that overturning the decisions that were made is contradictory to a sensible view of what is happening on this lot and is getting in the way of us having a pretty significant improvement on the street on that particular lot.
Yeah, are you discounting the financial aspect of the
The
decision?
financial aspects are not a consideration for variance requests. They may be a practical consideration for the owner, but they are not something that our deliberation is supposed to take into account.
We are specifically excluded from that subject matter.
Yeah.
You can have your opinion if you want, but it's specifically excluded from the legal discussion of the whole appeal process.
During the course of the discussion.
They shouldn't have discussed it at the other meeting either.
A number of times, including the applicant.
I have been the applicant for variances in front of many, many, many zoning boards of appeals and city councils and planning commissions over the years in my career, and it would be far outside the norm if things that shouldn't be considered weren't considered. Oftentimes, those discussions range all over the place, just as ours has tonight. But for pure practicality, the design that has been presented is a practical solution to the limitations on the size and siting of the existing house and the size of that lot. It's sensitive to the neighborhood, in my estimation, and it deals with the fact that there is a genuine difference of that lot versus its neighbors, where it does not have rear alley access, and it is smaller than the rest of the lots on the block.
Are you discarding that the applicant knew all this before he purchased the property?
Well, I think
This
that
is
adds
nothing
into
new.
it, though, because that's what he's saying, it's sensitive to the neighborhood, is because it was designed that
I
way.
think, given the constraints, they've done a fine job of reacting to them. The alternative is that we don't grant any kind of variances and we draw a hard line and say, we're using our arbitrary 6,000 square foot limitation and the setback requirements to have you tear the existing house down entirely. Because that's effectively what you'd be doing. There's not a structural solution where you strip 3 feet off of one side of a house and 4 feet off of another side of a house. That's tantamount to demolishing it entirely.
That's his proposal, though, Mike. That's the applicant's proposal.
He's
Is he cut it up?
legally bound by the agreement with Mr. Reed to take down the back 2.5 feet of the house.
Or move it.
Or move it, and if you were then to also require stripping 3 or 4 feet off of the side of that house, there's really no house left. At that point, you're tearing it down. So I think it's a practical accommodation to grant the side yard setback variance and the rear yard setback variance, given the existing conditions, in full knowledge of the fact that the owner, when they purchased the lot, had access to the zoning ordinance and could recognize that. But I think that the uniqueness of this lot is genuine, and I agree with the staff's recommendation to, and the way that the Historic District Commission ruled on this.
Well, I'm not changing my vote, so you're going to have to.
We haven't called the question.
I just wanted to make sure I got that out, because I find fault with your motion.
I have some responses to Councilmember Aquino's questions, and this, lends itself to the challenge we face with ministerial checklist items, right? So, in the 1752, so this is in the chapter that's specific to historic district accessory dwelling units. It says, in terms of location, to the extent feasible, a detached accessory dwelling units should be located in rear yards using alley access. Attached units should be located to reduce their identifiability as additional residences. So that's the requirement that applies across all sub-areas. And then with regard to the building height limitations, accessory dwelling units may not exceed the height requirement of the primary or sub-area in which it's located. In this case, it's 35 feet, and the building height is 28 feet. If it's detached, it should be lower in height than the primary structure when viewed from the street. Again, if it's detached, the main residence is if the main residence is single story, the height of the accessory dwelling unit structure may be up to 5 feet taller than the main structure. Those apply to detached accessory dwelling units. In this case, it's attached. So it has the height limit of the 20 or the 35 feet for this particular sub area.
And we have numerous units that are accessory structures in the historic district, namely one on Mormon Street that one of my friends used to live in. That is it's a second story over a garage, and the house is single story.
And the vast
And it was built recently.
Yeah, and the vast majority of them are detached, but in some cases they're attached. And again, the regulations are different. The interesting thing is that the state restrictions on what local governments can and cannot regulate with second units came after the city adopted accessory dwelling unit regulations for the historic district. So they predated, the concept, the idea,
20 years,
the
I think.
encouraging of it by at least 10 years. So we recognize in the zoning code update that there are some things we likely need to clean up and tackle and address because there's unintended consequences. And the city has the ability to reduce the size of accessory dwelling units in the historic district or citywide, but we don't do that currently to the extent that it's allowed. So things like that can be considered with the zoning code update, but we're bound with what's in the books now that doesn't conflict with the laws of the state and the process that the state lays out. So in this case, it's subject to design review because the accessory dwelling unit is requesting a variance, right? We still go through the same evaluation against all the rules on our books in presenting that analysis to the decision makers.
So it should fit in the backyard, however, there is no backyard for it to fit in, right? So would that...
Right, and again, it says to the extent feasible, detached accessory dwelling units should be located in rear yards using alley access. This is not a detached, this is attached. So in a lot of cases, we're silent on attached because it wasn't really anticipated when they were originally being developed.
So, first of all, I want to note, I like the way that we're doing this, a motion and a second, then the discussion, which focuses the discussion, right? So I think Councilmember Kozlowski brings up a very valid point, and I appreciate that if we weren't talking about an accessory dwelling unit and we were talking about just remodeling and expanding the home, that would be a different issue. I guess my concern is, because I do have some concerns about the side yard setback. What I want to avoid is a house that looks like we've taken a size 10 foot and shoved it into a size 8 shoe.
Right.
So I like that point. This is just the part I'm trying to get past, is just having this right up there on the property line. And frankly, if I'm living at 910, I don't want to look at a blank wall.
Sure. I think there's, if there was any, and I try and not provide design advice generally on other people's work, but the reason I asked the question earlier about the building code and compliance with that is because in spite of that, normal setback requirement that we have, the building code does address what to do when you're tight against a property line and how to provide correct fire protection, particularly for both the neighbor and yourself, right? I think that from a design standpoint, though, rather than that wall being one continuous, 24-foot tall slab, some articulation of material within the boundaries of the building code would, resolve the issue that you're talking about. It may not end up having any windows in it, but that doesn't necessarily mean it can't be attractive from that view. And then the other thing to take into consideration is that side of the house, because it is relatively close to the neighbor still, unless you're standing on the sidewalk purposely looking at the side of the house, it's not the thing that you'll see driving down the road because the other house blocks the view of it.
And to be honest with you, I'm not close to my side lot line, neither is the house next door to me. But when they built the house next door to me, there are no windows on that side of the house. And I kind of like it, actually.
Is there a fence that runs between 908 and 910? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
I need to interrupt. We need we need a motion to waive the 10:30 rule so we can get to that last item after this one.
I will move to waive the 10:30 rule.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Kozlowski?
Yes.
Sheldon?
Yes.
Aquino?
Yes.
Gaylord? And Howell?
Yes. Okay, back to our discussion.
I think we have a motion and a second.
Yep.
Okay, do you have any other comments?
No.
My only comments would be I take all of Councilmember Kozlowski's points to heart. I think that some of the discussion that this doesn't meet the design guidelines, again, there's a lot of questions there, and if we're talking about design for design's sake, there's an awful lot of leeway, and I don't know that appealing to stick to the original architecture of that building is necessarily a wise choice. I loved Madeline, but that was not the most attractive property in Folsom, in my opinion, nor is it the most attractive property in the historic district. So
Calling it Craftsman is a little bit of a stretch, I do think.
I would tend to agree with that. Her husband was crafty. I don't know.
In the eye of the beholder.
Yeah, that's true.
Happy.
But I do think this is an unusual circumstance, and therefore I am probably going
Go for
to
the
support
vote.
denying the appeal.
So, but the motion on the floor
I know,
is to.
I know.
Okay, well,
Was
you want
just
to call the
making my
question?
point.
Call the roll.
So, call the.
Okay, so to be
call the
clear,
roll.
Councilmember Sheldon's motion is to uphold the appeal and overturn the HDC's decision to approve the variance. So that is the motion on the table.
Right, and we have a second by
We have a
Councilmember
second.
Aquino.
So on that motion, Councilmember Kozlowski?
No.
Sheldon?
Yes.
Aquino?
No.
Gaylord?
No.
And Howell?
No,
So the motion fails.
So I'd like to make a motion. This is where I would chime in.
I don't think we need to do anything.
Well, we haven't on the fee, the second
Oh,
part with the
that's,
fee.
okay, if you're talking about the fee, okay.
So, Mike,
Do we have to specifically uphold the decision by motion, or is that action adequate to?
No, we've denied the appeal.
Okay, thank you.
so on this, I had some concerns with what was submitted as far as from your legal counsel, and I don't want to talk directly to you, but in general, there was a lot of just accusations and political rhetoric that the appellant had to go through to even make his case relevant here, and had to backtrack and actually do due diligence, and I just think it was a waste of his time. So I do believe that I'd like to make a motion to waive the fee for this specific appeal because of that. I mean, 3 documents of, 6 pages each of how Councilmember Sheldon is not fit to hear this because this, and that, where the appellant, it actually affected him, he had to answer and retort to that. It made no sense to me, so I'd like to grant that.
So make your motion.
So I'm motioning that we waive the appeal fee for Mr. Keast.
We have a motion to waive the appeal fee. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion, second. Any other questions or comments?
I was going to suggest waiving the fee simply because of the high value of the educational experience going on tonight and the information that we've gathered in light of doing a remodel to our zoning ordinance.
Is that a substitute motion?
No.
Kidding.
You can have it if you want it.
No.
Okay, so we have no other comment? Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Kozlowski?
Yes.
Sheldon?
Yes.
Aquino?
Yes.
Gaylord?
Yes.
And Howell?
Yes. Okay, so, wow, we actually started before 10:30. We waived the 10:30 rule unnecessarily. That moves us to our, to item 9C, Resolution 10282, a resolution rescinding resolution number 9185 and adopting an updated fee schedule for the ambulance cost recovery program provided by Folsom Fire Department.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Felipe Rodriguez, I'm your fire chief. Here to present tonight our ambulance cost recovery program fee update. A little bit of background on this. The fire department provides 24-hour service for emergency medical response and ground ambulance transportation to our community. We do provide automatic and mutual aid two adjoining agencies in Sacramento County, El Dorado County, and Placer County as well. And the city's ambulance program is supported by the general fund primarily, but a major portion of the expenses is offset by the service fees collected for ambulance transportation to our area hospitals. We operate 3 ground ambulances, and those respond to fires, rescues, and of course, emergency medical incidents. All of our personnel are all hazards trained. Our ambulance service fee schedule is periodically reviewed to ensure it reflects the cost of providing these services to our community and is compared to other jurisdictions' fees. And lastly, something to consider for the background is that the fee schedule was last updated on July 1st, 2013. By policy, we are required to come before the council for any fee increase or change specifically for emergency ground ambulance transportation services, and that's why I'm here before you tonight. We analyzed our ambulance program, and before bringing this to you, we looked at the different things that make up the ambulance services. And we took a 12-month period from January through December of 2018, which allowed us to really determine how much money has actually come in, where are we actually at. We had 4,989 calls that we reviewed during that time period. And the breakdown of the invoices that we processed, as you can see here on the graph, primarily they're through Medicare, over half of them. And then about a quarter of them are private insurance paid, and then about 12% or so is Medicaid, and then lastly about 4.5% of the invoices that we processed were from private individuals. So then we look at the recovery rate in comparison to that, and as you can see, Medicare is only at 22%. However, the private insurance companies do pay at about a 79% rate. Medicaid is only a 6.87, and those private individuals, the 4.55%, about 9.7 of them actually pay. So the majority of the revenue that we have coming in, approximately $3.7 million a year, with some of the reimbursements from GEMT, Ground Emergency Medical Transport, and some of our first responder fees, we're right at about $4 million a year for revenue. But the majority of it is from insurance companies, about 79% of it. If you look at the hospitals, destinations, this is an important one that a lot of people ask, well, where do our people go? And primarily, most of our patients that we transport do go to Mercy Folsom, over half of them. And about a quarter of them go to Kaiser Roseville. And then we have a smaller amount of Sutter Roseville. A little bit go to UC Davis there, almost 4%. And then 3.6 to Mercy San Juan. 2.9% makes up the remaining hospitals, VA, Marshall Hospital, et cetera, some of the other hospitals that we might go. So primarily it's Mercy Folsom and Kaiser Roseville. We also analyzed our ambulance transports. What have they done since our last fee increase? Since 2013, we've increased about 75% or so, from 2,900 transports to 5,225. This is over the last 12 months. And we compared the same 12-month period coming up to our previous fee increase.
Felipe, is that tracking according to population, or is there anything that can be tracked to?
Just
including the increase in the number of senior facilities in Folsom?
I believe that increase that we've seen is just a larger population, more call volume, different insurance requirements now. More people have to be insured compared to back in 2013. A lot of those are factors that have contributed to the increase. And we do have some senior populations. Our senior population in the city is also increasing with additional homes opening up. So we also looked at our overall call volume. I know this has come up before. How many calls do we actually respond to and what the percentages are for emergency medical? We looked over a 10-year period, and we've increased from 5,399 to about 8,907 over the last 12 months. We're anticipating this to be about 9,000 by the end of the year. Last meeting, I discussed how much percentage is actually emergency medical services. I said about 69%. It's pretty much ranged between 66, 67% or so, right around there. So that's where we're sitting right now, close to 67% for emergency medical. And that includes vehicle accidents and all of that. The transports are a little bit lower, but this is where we're at for emergency.
What are the other 3,000 calls that are not medical?
So good intent calls, obviously fires, some false alarms, about 5% are false alarms. The remainder are good intent calls and service calls, hazardous materials, fires. Okay. The last thing that we looked at was a cost comparison survey, and that's what we surveyed the entire area. And as you can see, the agencies are all on the left side there, and we looked at 7 different categories. The primary one that brings in most of the revenue is our base rate, ALS base rate. And you can see the most expensive one is Sac Metro, of course, at $2,000. South Placer's next, and City of Sacramento. And then it's us at about $1,615 for base rate. And then it goes to El Dorado County and Cosumnes Fire District, who's actually currently updating their fee schedule as well. The regional average is $1,791 for the base rate. We're proposing to at least bring it to that level, to the average. And also, we realize that we're at $1,615 per base rate for a transport, and it works out to about 10.92% lower than the average. So what we did is we increased the other amounts, the mileage and ALS supplies, to be equal with the average.
What's the mileage, Felipe?
The mileage is how many miles it actually takes from the transport site to the hospital. So, and that's sitting about 10 miles average is what we figured for most of our transport.
So it's really a price per mile?
Yes.
Then why not show it that way?
It is.
Yeah, it's
$25 a mile, it's gonna go to
right.
No, but that's not what he said.
That's per mile, and then
It's per mile?
Yep, per mile.
Okay, so if you go 10 miles and you're paying another $320?
Yeah. And that's what the calculation with all of this fee increase is based on, about a 10-mile average. All of the other fees to the right, their oxygen on the way to the right is equal to the 10.9% increase. We went ahead and dropped the bone drill fee. We were the only ones charging it, so we're including that into our ALS supply fee. And we don't do a large amount of those anyway, so we're just including them within the ALS supplies. All right, our recommendation is to recommend that you update that the updated ambulance fee schedule is approved by council and that for it to become effective July 1st, 2019. We're expecting that the proposed ambulance service fees will be projected to increase our ambulance revenue by approximately $326,000 for this fiscal year. And that money will be used primarily to offset the cost for management and overhead, the 18 firefighter paramedics who are currently part of the program, also the increased costs in our medical supplies, equipment and oxygen, fuel, vehicle maintenance, and vehicle replacement.
What's our current cost recovery on ambulance?
3.7 million is what we're actually bringing in for this last fiscal year.
And where does that put us in terms of cost recovery?
We're bringing in 3.7 million.
And what did it cost us did it cost us $5 million to get the 3.7?
Yeah, the staff report, it's listed at about 5.6 million. That includes all overhead, stations, electricity, the remaining overhead throughout the city and all of our supplies, and obviously vehicle maintenance, vehicle replacement, and all of that.
Okay, so I'm sorry, you said that was 3.2 million?
3.7.
So we're at almost a $2 million deficit in the ambulance.
Just about.
The money that we get in to pay for the services that we provide.
That's correct.
The general fund subsidizes that $2 million, and it's not a deficit.
How does that cost to operate the system, do you think, compare with these other services? Is everybody running at that kind of deficit?
Well, some of them are charging a little bit, obviously more,
Yeah.
the 3 of the agencies in our general area.
Yeah, but even if we went to the Sac Metro rates, that's not going to get us to $5.6 million annually.
That's correct, yes.
Well, but I think the difference is Sac Metro is funded differently. Sac Metro is funded by property tax. It's a completely different animal.
Right, I'm just saying that if the cost to operate an ambulance service if ours is indicative of others, and their rates are not that much higher than ours, they must be running at a deficit also. how they pay for it is.
Well, maybe not.
Secondary.
I think it's a fairly traditional model that the general fund provides the subsidy in other jurisdictions, just like ours.
And that's one of the reasons why they're all hazard firefighters as well. They respond to the other calls.
Sure, of course.
So with that, I will be
Okay, any
available for
questions?
any questions you may have.
Yes,
Sarah?
I do. What happens if you're treated but not transported? Are you charged anything?
So we have only a first responder fee is what they would actually pay, and that's $225. And that's
Okay.
not part of this ambulance
Okay.
program.
So, and this may be a question for Jim, so make sure you're listening, Jim. So if Medicare and Medi-Cal calls are accounting for 70% of our calls, and they pay what they pay, right? The federal government says it doesn't matter what you charge us, here's what we're going to give you. Then that means all of our extra revenue that we're projecting is coming from people who either have private insurance or no insurance, and they actually pay the bill that we send them. Is that right?
That would be right. It's predominantly that, depends on your mix, but yes.
Yeah, okay. So, so do we have existing contracts with the medical groups or the carriers?
No, we do not.
You talking about insurance carriers or?
Yeah, so if I'm going to Mercy Folsom, and for instance, I have Western Health Advantage, and maybe I have a Mercy doctor or something like that, I'm going to pay my copay or my deductible or whatever, if there is one. The insurance company's just going to pay the balance, no matter
No,
what you say
The insurance company will have its own rate structure that they'll pay off of, for the most part. I mean, maybe one of them has an unlimited, but I doubt it.
Is it a percentage of our?
No, it's whatever they're going to pay. They do that independently.
So they just have an amount they're going to pay, just like the federal government.
Right.
So then do we balance bill for the part that the insurance company doesn't pick up?
Yes, we do.
Yes.
And they pick up about 79% of the time, depending upon the insurance company. Kaiser happens to be one of the ones that pays almost 100%.
Right.
We transport about 25% of our patients to a Kaiser facility.
Okay, I mean, I guess that's my question is, if the federal government's going to pay what they're going to pay, and insurance companies and medical groups are going to pay what they're going to pay, where does the increase come from?
It would be from the insurance companies that pretty much pay about 79% of whatever we do bill. We
Okay.
just aren't billing as much as they would actually pay.
Okay. Okay, I'm not suggesting we do this, but I thought it was kind of interesting when I was looking at what some other agencies do. There are some cities that it's like you have an annual subscription and you just pay a flat rate, let's say $50, and then if you have to call an ambulance, it's covered. They don't then send you a bill, and I don't know if that's anything the city has ever looked at or if that results in, I don't know, I just thought it was pretty interesting. Might be something to keep it in the back of our head, but.
Talking about like a residual, like.
Yeah, I mean, I guess just like regular insurance, right? You're counting on the fact that some people are going to pay the fee and they're never going to use the service. So anyway, okay, that's all I have for now.
Any other questions of Felipe?
I think I would motion to approve 10282.
Do you have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Kozlowski?
Yes.
Sheldon?
Yes.
Aquino?
Yes.
Gaylord?
Yes.
And Howell?
Yes. And with that, we will move to, I believe it's city manager comments.
Hi, everyone. The Free Summer Concert Series at City Lions Park kicks off on Friday, June 14th. That's this Friday from 7 to 9 p.m., featuring the band Todd Morgan and the Emblems, playing their mix of original pop and rock, plus popular rock and roll hits from the 50s through today. The concerts take place every other Friday in June and July, and you can find the complete lineup on our website. I wanted to share that the skate and bike parks located at Cummings Family Park will be debuting a trial period of expanded hours through September. So effective immediately on Saturdays and Sundays, the parks are open from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And then beginning in August, those same times, you can enjoy the park Monday through Friday as well. National Night Out is coming again, sharing the camaraderie as neighborhoods throughout Folsom partner with the Folsom Police and Fire Departments for the annual National Night Out on Tuesday, August 6th. Registration begins June 19th at www.folsom.ca.us/police. And for those of you that don't know, the National Night Out program promotes involvement in crime prevention, police community partnerships, and neighborhood community building. Neighborhoods hosting celebrations are encouraged to register their events with the Folsom Police Department. Each year, Folsom police officers, firefighters, and city officials attend dozens of events throughout the city and visit with hundreds of residents at registered events. And that's all I have.
Ernie.
Nothing. I'm done. I can't talk anyway.
Mike.
Couple things. I failed to mention it last time we had the meeting, but just before our last city council meeting, I had an opportunity to sit down with the city manager and the fire chief and some other staff members to go over our emergency plan update. They're making excellent progress on that. So I wanted to say thank you to everybody that's continuing to work on that.
Thank you.
That's coming soon. The Vista Del Lago and Folsom High School graduations happened since our last meeting, so congratulations to Councilman Aquino. Her daughter and mine both graduated from Vista Del Lago. Happy to have them launched into the world. And congratulations to all our graduates. I got invited to the Rotary Club's Wine and Dine event on Sunday, which was great fun, and I just brought it up to thank all of the local businesses that donated food and beverages, let's put it that way, for that. So that,
And
that
I
was-
believe it
that
is
was
the
fantastic.
original Wine and Dine event in Folsom.
Excellent, yeah. And I was coaxed by my wife and the crowd into buying a cake of the month club membership for great expense from Karen's Bakery. So I get a cake every month from Karen for the next year. And then the U.S. Women's World Cup games kicked off today with a not close game, I'll just say that. And I will invite anybody who has any interest in talking to me about women's football to join me at the Fat Rabbit whenever they happen to be playing. So celebrate at a local business. Thank you very much.
Roger?
So actually, I just wanted to use my public comment to request, and I want to say this right, but request that we bring back the agenda item to amend the budget to add the positions I was talking about the last council meeting, so 1 battalion chief and a traffic enforcement officer. So basically, I'm asking you if we can put that on a...
We can have that discussion, of course.
Okay.
We can put it on the agenda and have the discussion again.
Awesome.
Is that it?
That's all I got. Thanks.
Tara?
Just two quick things. We had a very short LAFCO meeting in June, just a couple of routine items. There will be no meeting in July, so next meeting will be in August. And it happened to me again. I was in my neighborhood grocery store shopping, and someone was in there with a dog that was clearly not a service dog. And Mr. Wong, if I'm not mistaken, Chapter 8.12 of the City Code says that you cannot have a dog in an establishment where food is prepared or held or however it's mentioned, unless it is a dog for the blind, is what it says. So I love dogs. I have a very spoiled dog at home, but I would like to request, if that is in fact what that ordinance says, that we remind some of our businesses of that ordinance, because I know their employees are frustrated because I ask and I'm told that their management tells them they cannot say anything. If we're not prepared to ask those businesses to enforce the policy, the code, then I think that we ought to repeal it. So that's it.
Vice Mayor Keno, we can certainly remind businesses and also do some public outreach. I think there's a lot of confusion of service dogs versus emotional support animals versus, just kind of clarifying what's what, both with our residents and our businesses. It's a good point.
Congratulations to all the graduates. Thank you, Councilmember Kozlowski, for filling in for me at RT last night. Only other outside meeting that I've been at in the last couple of weeks was the Southeast Connector JPA, and we're still looking for that additional money to get the next phase of construction going over there, so we're hoping that we are able to obtain that funding soon. General warnings about people driving carefully, paying attention to what's going on, and to people that are out riding bicycles or walking at night. It's very difficult to see you. Please wear something brighter than black. Drive like your mother's behind you and your children are in the back seat. And with that, we are adjourned at 10:45.
Pretty late. The olden days.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's been a while.